Good morning, everybody, or evening, or I don't know. It's like the middle of the day for me. Because of course I have my days and nights mixed up still. Well, actually, I think no, because I went to sleep the last night, not last night, the night before, and then didn't wake up until last night, this evening. 6:30, right before my husband got up for work. I woke up, so I've been getting like tons of rest. I don't know how it's been going for you guys. Hang on, let me turn this theme barber on, get my stuff in order, and then I'll go over to the chat. I don't know who's going to be up at this hour, but you know what? It's okay because they can watch it later if they want to. But I want to talk about authentic experiences versus our imagination. And I feel like a lot of times I'm a broken record because I'll always start with saying, always, seek within yourself. And with the Christian upbringing that I had, that answers are in the Bible if we're able to discern it and read it correctly, rightly divide. If we have our spiritual eyes on, if we're going through the awakening process, and everything we need is within us, and outside of ourselves, we'll find affirmations and things of that nature. And, so there's the disclaimer. Okay, so always seek and get validation from within you, because the answers that you are seeking are always found within. When we start to have experiences, we start to get a different understanding of how this world works. Everything seems different. Everything's changed, just altered. Something is not quite right. It just seemed, like I said before, everything kind of seemed upside down and inverted to me, like everything that I once thought was backwards. So like I had to flip it all back the right direction in order to understand the paradigm in which we inhabit. And, as we progress along in this journey, then we different things get activated and unlocked within us. And not only that, but the portions that are allotted to us are very small in the beginning. And as time goes on and we start to understand self more, the portions get bigger, and then we get a better understanding. So, this has to do with the consciousness expansion. Now, I want to go back in time. We talked on another live stream about resets, and about resets that have happened throughout this the history of this realm. Excuse me. And I want us to go back. I want us to go back before the time of Adam and Eve. Even let's go back before then. Let's go back to when we were whole, when we were living in a golden age. They're finding that man is only using 27% of the brain that man used to use, but we're calling that man like a heathen, barbaric, or monkey man, or we've ascended from apes, or evolved from apes, or whatever. But their capacity, even their brain matter physically, was much more than what we have today. Why is it that we think that they had more use of their consciousness, more use of their brain, more use of the functionings of it, that they would be anything less, and that we are the pinnacle and the heightened, enlightened man? We have to understand within ourselves what happened. And that starts to open up within our consciousness too. We start to understand that we did live in a golden age before. There was a different time period, and we descended from that time period. And now we're coming back into that time period. And we're not going to all of a sudden grow hair all over our body and act like a bunch of monkeys. We're not. So to think that they had more capacity for brain matter and a larger brain and a larger consciousness, but that we evolved and that we're enlightened from them, is, again, backwards and inverted. Think about Lemuria and Atlantis. We hear about it, but consciously, where does that resonate with you? Does that resonate with you that was actually a true, authentic place that existed? And that I would call Atlantis and Lemuria, I would call that the Silver Age. I would call that the age after we fell from the Golden Age, would be the Atlantis and the Lemuria time period. So to understand where we have come from, where we fell to, where we descended to, and now where we're going back to, it is a fundamental concept of our consciousness expansion that is happening within all of us at this time. Different levels of awareness, of course, everything's by choice. Do we want to do the work? Or, if that's a choice too. I was very left-brained. Everything had to make sense to me. And when all of this stuff started happening, I shrunk back. I scared the bejeebers out of me, didn't understand it. But let's talk now a little bit about authentic. An authentic experience. When you have an authentic experience, it's going to be something that is strange. It's going to be something unusual. It's going to be something that you've not thought about, seen, or heard from another. It's not, lately, not in your here and now moment of thinking. I'm not talking about something you may have seen in a movie 30 years ago. And then you have this dream, but the dream goes way far beyond even that. I'm talking about that. I'm talking about having an experience that's so out there, it's tangible. You can touch it. You feel it. It resonates within your whole being, every cell of your body. Like it feels like it's vibrating, it's accelerating. And you also will see results from it. There will be some kind of an effect that will manifest out into the physical from an authentic experience. You'll see some kind of result or resolve come from whatever it is that happened. Versus our imagination. I could be listening to somebody and they could be talking about, we'll just talk about a movie. I'll just give an example of a movie. I don't want to point out a conversation people have because it doesn't mean their experience isn't authentic. Because I don't know what movies they watch. The only thing I know is what I've seen. And when I think I was in like 6th grade, Star Wars came out. And my aunt came and picked me up from school. And she said, I'm going to take you to go see the movie Star Wars. And I'm dreading it. I'm like, I don't want to go see Star Wars. I don't want to see a bunch of movie stars fighting. That's where my mentality was. I was like, I don't want to go watch that, But then when I watched the movie, I was like, ooh, this is so awesome. Ooh, I love Luke and la, 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 okay. So that happened back then. Okay, so I have a dream right after I'm in 6th grade still. And that night I have a dream that Luke Skywalker and Han Solo are there and, and I'm flying through the sky. Well, that would be my imagination taking off from what I just seen from that movie and making it into something from my brain is processing the information that it took, kind of like what we would call a pizza dream. And this can go from a conversation that we hear from somebody else. This can go for if we believe, somebody, what they're saying, we could make it a real tangible thing through our imagining faculties, through our consciousness, because remember how powerful you are. Know thyself, know how powerful you are and the things that you are able to do. So you can make something so tangible and real in our imagination. Sometimes it can be hard to discern what is authentic and what came from our imagining faculties. So what I do is I ask myself some very basic questions. I ask, where did I hear that before? Have I heard that before? What just happened to me? What did I get from this experience? What was I shown? What's it going to benefit? What's the results? And this goes for any type of experience, whether it's in dream time or wake time. You'll find out what kind of benefit is there? There's going to be something to gain from it, even if we deem it as an experience that we didn't care for, didn't like. There's something to grow from it. There's something for us to learn, glean, grow, and expand. Now, from our imagination is our consciousness expanded. So our consciousness stretched to its fullest will be doing the imagination, focus, and then bring it in and we'll interact. So, that's how you can discern the difference between something that is foreign, that is being dropped into your consciousness to help you expand in your consciousness, to allow your imagining faculties to bring it into your awareness and become a tangible thing. You'll see a benefit. You'll definitely see a benefit. I've had health improvements. And even if anybody is a channel member or a patron, and I've been giving them a chapter a month. I put it on an audio version of the book I wrote before. It's the unedited, pre-published version. The publisher has it now. I even mentioned in there on the dreams and visions that sometimes, I've seen things that I don't want to see. I don't know why I see them. Because when you're seeing them as an observer and you're not taking part in the dream, you're not an active participant, why show me that? Why show me things that there's nothing I can do about it? I mean, maybe for an affirmation or a warning or a heads up, I don't know. But there's sometimes we see things in observer mode, but it's not going to be like what we hear. Let me give you an example. If I said, Jesus gave me a dream and El Tonka, I'm just making up a name of a city, okay? El Tonka, whatever, is going to be hit by a meteor, destroyed by flood and fire. Because of judgment, okay? So El Tonka, whatever, is destroyed because Jesus gave me this dream. Then I would be telling you something that I was given as an observer that actually is closely related to either people I interact with, and it's more of an introspection thing, but I'm putting it out for consumption of the public, and then people that have faith or believe in such things, because miracles are a big part of Christianity. So they will believe such things. And when they believe such things, they manifest them. And when they manifest them, it's because their power. They're putting their power behind it. Their imagining faculties, their creative abilities, they're believing it without doubt. And then it comes about. And in truth, one of the things that we learn on our conscious expansion is to have our experience, to treasure our experience, grow and learn from it, but not have our experience encroach on another being's sovereignty. Allow, live, and let live. Let another have theirs, even if you're married to them. They could be your spouse, but the respect has to be there to allow them to have their own authentic experience that they came here to have, without imposing our will even upon our spouse. We discuss with each other, what we're going to do moving forward on, physical, tangible things. But when it comes to our spiritual development and trying to usurp another's power or get them to put their power behind your power to double up, your strength depletes them and doubles up, what I've got going on. I would never do that to my husband. As when I get out and I graduate, I'm going to look at everything that I did, and I'm going to judge myself. And if I say that I was doing that, I look at it through a different filter. And the filter that we look at it outside of this paradigm is much different than how we view things here. And I can speak that with authority because I've been outside this paradigm. When I was hit by that car, when I was 15, for anybody that was new, I was gone for 6 days. I spent 6 days, but there's no concept of time out there. So I couldn't really tell you how long I was there. I know I didn't experience nighttime. So for me, it was all one big long day, just one long day, but I didn't want to leave. I wanted to stay there. But ultimately, guess who made the choice to come back? I wasn't sent back. I wasn't told I had to come back. I chose to come back. So that conversation that I had with that being, everything that was said, everything I was told, I made the choice myself to come back. So, be that as it may, believe me or not, it doesn't matter. I would rather you do your own work and seek from within and have these things unravel within yourself, because there's nothing going on within me or anybody else that's walking this out, that cannot go on within every single one of us, whether we think they're an NPC or fast asleep or whatever. How do we know that they're just not talking about it? It took me 18 years to open my mouth and even start talking about this stuff, because you sound loony. You just, you question your sanity on it. You're like, wait a minute. People are just going to think that I'm shit nuts. And by the way, I can say shit now because I'm not monetizing this with advertisements. Oh, by the way, you guys, the last live stream, we did a power stream. It was awesome. Guess what? I announced I'm not running ads anymore. First thing they want to do is freaking run ads on that live stream. They hit it with the copyright. So what I did was, and it was like, I think 35 seconds. It was 35 seconds of one song that was sung, that the lyrics and they wanted to put ads on it. So I was like, okay, I can't announce that I'm not putting ads or going to have ads and then have them put ads on it. So I'm releasing that. I released the first half already, and then the second half with the guys singing and jamming together, which is freaking awesome. I'm going to release that sometime this weekend for you guys to enjoy. So yeah, but without advertisements, because I'm just not going to run ads anymore. They seem to be, I'm about to receive a bill. Okay. Let me go over here so I can say hi to who's here. And let's see, where are we at? Okay. Hello, we got Wobbly, we got Spear, we got John Beanie. Oh, by the way, John Beanie is going to be on live with me next week. Look forward to that. And he is also a singer, and he plays and all kinds of instruments. And I know a lot of people with so much talent, and I just love to listen to you guys sing and play your instruments, and just because you're still balanced. You still have the left brain, and it's males. Males usually are more of a left brain thinking type of a being, but to have the talent and the artistry woven in brings about such a beautiful balance that it's wonderful, and they're just all so awesome. Okay, let me scroll up. Sorry, I got sidetracked. And we got Pri and Rod and Doc Michaels. Good morning, everybody. I can't believe there's 8 people up this late. What? Another thing that we want to talk about is balance. Balance, balance, balance. There's every color in the rainbow. Every color that's in the rainbow, which if you're a Christian, here we go with that disclaimer again, the rainbow is the promise of God. The rainbow is located in every single person. Every single person starts from the purple to the red to your root. And each color needs to be active, open, flowing, and moving about. If we only go to the top and just want to stay at the top end, we're neglecting half of our rainbow. We cannot sit there and, say, okay, I'm never going to get mad again. I'm never going to do this. And try to be this perfect being when you're actually you're being opposite. You're not being your authentic self, because there's going to be things that happen that you have the right, especially if somebody is oppressing or troddening on your sovereignty and your right to experience that you have here. Why should you not be able to get upset, withdraw, or pull away from those kind of situations? You absolutely should have free choice in everything. Now, people mistake balance with violence or vengeance or wrath or a hyper positive, and that's polarity. I can't speak. Polarity. English is my second language. Polarity. So if we polarize in either direction, we're out of balance. And so we want to stay level. We want to stay level-headed, and we want to stay level right side, left side. We want to stay level with even with our emotions. We want to stay in balance, because this really is. It's really not a bad thing. It really is not. If we're still judging something as good or bad, then we're still dealing with a little duality where we need to be dealing with having a dual nature. We have a dual nature. We're spiritual beings having a physical experience. We're supposed to toggle back and forth, spiritual, physical, spiritual, physical, spiritual, physical. It's not supposed to be duality, good, evil, good, evil, good, evil. The yin yang paradigm is dark and light. Okay, dark and light. When you're in your physical body, it's darker, it's denser, it's dimmer. But when you're in your spiritual and you're having experience, it's light. You're in your light body, you're traveling. People can travel in their physical body for that matter as we're transforming, going out of silver and going into golden age. And the golden age is going to be much more than what people even can fathom if you're able to wrap your mind around Atlantis, Lemurian time frame. If you can in your imagining faculties imagine what that time period in this realm of existence was like, go beyond that. Go beyond that and to your authentic self, to where we're heading in that that type of and towards that direction. I can't speak. So it's an amazing time that we're in. So how do we discern authentic from the imagination? Pizza dream or something that we may be needing to work out. Even when we have those kind of dreams where we have maybe a restless night and there's a lot going on in our mind, there's still stuff to benefit from that because we're working out things that are going on in our mind. So I would consider that to be an authentic, we're working through situations type of an experience dream. The ones from the imagining faculty, like I said, would be, I just watched this awesome movie and I had this awesome, cool experience and blah, 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 blah. And I start sharing it as an experience, but really it was from my imagination. And there is a discernible difference. We can tell. It just takes some time. It just takes some time. So I'm going to go ahead and put the StreamYard link in to see if anybody wants to come in and join. Because I've got more to share, but I'd like it if people want to come in and join too and see if anybody's got anything they want to share. John, I know that you're not home and that you're on your phone, so you're all good there and stuff. But hold on. And I made another clip for you guys to share. It's too late. I've already made this one, but the next one will be updated. But everybody that has that is helping, every little bit helps. And I make sure that I put you at the end in the credits that, that you're helping. And that's my gratitude. Plus the other little things that you get, the little extra bonus niceties that you get, access to the book, and the channel members get the wings and the emojis and the book and stuff, and then the patrons get additional stuff over there. So because I'm not, like I said, no more ads. So anyways, so there is for anybody who wishes to come in and join. So that's why that stream went down. Is because they tried to put ads on it. And I was like, no. So to understand, look at your track record from when everything starts to happen. When you start to see things that are kind of mind-blowing to you, start looking and seeing what happens. Do you then later see these things transpire in your life? Are these things coming about? What's the result or the resolve that you're getting from what you're seeing or what's going on, what the experience is? There'll be something will come of it. An authentic true experience for each of us is different. And for each of us, it will have a resolve. It will have a result that comes from it to us to benefit, whether we like it or not. It will benefit us, whether we like what we're seeing, whether it's in our work that's being revealed or whatever. It doesn't matter. When the work is done, the benefit is there. The reward is within everything that, you're storing everything up within you. Everything is there. So that's how I was able and am able to discern whether I'm having an authentic experience or if it's my imagination. Is I thought one. I'm not going to tell you guys what it is. I'm just not. But I wanted to be wrong. I wanted to be wrong on so many levels. I just wanted to be wrong. And when I was shown that when it happened, because I'm just going to say, it's work. What we're doing, you guys, is work. And whether people want to put the work in or not is up to them. But I've also discovered, as I've been going on this path, that people that are happy, that are enjoying their life, that are getting the most out of each moment, that who is to say that we have to wake up and acknowledge who we are in order to graduate this place? I don't think that that's true. It has nothing to do, because when I had the first experience, when I got hit by the car when I was 15, I would have to say, at 15 years old, I'm pretty darn physical. Okay. I'm a teenager. I'm running around doing all kinds of crazy stuff. And I was told I didn't have to come back. It's just a matter of how I perceived it, how I perceived what the actions were. It's not, how we think. Everything is so different. But the advantages of going through what we're going through and having the expansion, learning what we are in truth, the abilities coming to the forefront of, our gnosis, the sacred knowledge coming into our knowingness, sharing it with each other, gleaning, growing from one another, letting it sprout up within us, allows us to utilize and grab every tool that is available to us and bend everything to the way that we want to see it, rather than being bent to the will of another. So there is a huge reward for understanding who you are in your sovereignty and your divinity and your truth. So, but I'm not going to say there's a right and there's a wrong way. I'm just not going to do that, because I don't, in my heart of hearts, I don't see it. I've asked to be led to a church, and I got like my hair was on fire, chased out of these churches and chastened by what I've been calling, the governor and the teacher. We all have them with us. We have everything that we need. We just need to learn to trust it. We just need to learn to listen, be able to hear it and trust it and move with it. And it was pretty humbling when I talked about that machine that's, that popped up in December 2020, mid-December 2020. And I thought, oh my gosh, all these people are traveling, all these people are going through all this stuff. And nobody came forward. Nobody. And I was like, what? what happened? I thought, that all these people were having these experiences. I thought somebody would be able to say something about it. And then I was very grateful when Chris and Cherie came out and showed that post that they had on private from, was it 12/21/2020, of some activities that they did, because it pretty much correlated with that date of when that darn thing showed up that I've been coming across now every time I scooch out of here and then come back. It's there. The darn thing is there. So, and I only bring it up because I don't want you to fear it. If you can go to it, you can get through it. It's those that can get to it that learned or are trying to climb up a different way that aren't going to be able to get through it. It's just a way of making everybody do the work. Everybody's going to learn how to respect each other and without usurping each other's power and authority, to be authentic, respect for each other. What does it matter to me what the cat down the road is doing? when it does not affect me? Do I have the right to judge them or condemn them or say anything about them? No, I need to mind my own darn business because I have this one to look after, and that's plenty. It's plenty. So that is, a lot of, a lot of it does come from things like that. Excuse me. We judge each other, and we don't have that right, nor do we even have the understanding in completeness to even give anybody any kind of a judgment. We can judge whether somebody's treating us fairly or not. But if they're just doing their thing and leaving you alone, who are we? We don't have those kind of rights. So let's be authentic. Let's be authentic to each other. When we start to relate authenticity in this realm, we'll know that every experience that we're having is authentic. And then the conscious expansion, which is where the imagination comes from, which we then feed into the subconscious. The subconscious is just like energy. It's neutral. So if your subconscious is being fed with authentic expansion of consciousness, it will bring about that we are then interacting with the world that we want to see from the broadest imagination through our subconsciousness, and we'll consciously interact with it. So, and think of it as energy. Energy's neutral. Whenever we pick up bad energy, we transmute it, we ground it out, we purify it, repurpose it, and send it back out. And even when you're purifying energy, you're sending it out with a different task. If it's meant to make somebody sick or do harm or to oppress somebody, you grab that energy and you set it out with a new task of freedom, sovereignty, and respect. So it's not an oppressive energy anymore. It's actually a balancing energy. It's in equality. It's complete balance with one another, showing love and seeing each other for who we are in truth, no matter what level of awareness that we think somebody's operating in. Hope that makes sense to you guys. If nobody's wanting to pop in, or if you guys are just chicken, I'll make this one a short one. But oh no, I do want to play that little video for you guys. So just wait. Just give me a minute. Let me play my little guys for you, because I made it for to play. I'll release it on the channel at some point. But here you go. Enjoy.
Hi, I'm Petals. Welcome to my dance party. You're gonna see me and my friends dance to all different kinds of music. And I want you to tap your feet and shake your tuchus and dance with us. Look at us go. Okay, now I've got a full house again. Hopefully I don't get in any trouble. But let's have some fun, because we just changed up the style of music. But here we go, jamming along. Now we're with Jim Carrey. Come on, tap your butt, shake your tuchus, bob your head, dance with us, have some fun. Napoleon Dynamite. Come on, we can do this. Dance, dance, dance. Now I know you're bobbing your head on this one. Who can help but to start tapping their foot, shaking their tuchus, and bobbing their head to music like this?
Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys.
What do you think? Do you have a favorite kind of music that makes you want to get up and dance? We all seem to have a certain music that makes us want to move, makes us feel good inside. So always dance. Take it moment by moment and enjoy your friends. Live, love, laugh, and make sure you dance. I'll see you guys really soon. And thank you for all of those who are helping support this. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Bye. Bye.
Okay. So, yeah, love those dancing, talking animal videos. I'll come on camera for a bit. Those are, well, two of them are my dogs, the Brundle Pit and the Pomeranian. And then the other ones are just other animals that are out there boogie woogie woogieing. And so, yeah, I grab them all up and they're all jamming together. And we brought up a little bit about information and containment of information. If we think back before we went Wi-Fi and were able to cross continents now and connect with one another, it was a little easier to control the narrative of information that was disseminated out to the people. Well, now that we talk to people across continents and get in touch with each other, we know you're human, I'm human. We're going through the same things, same life, same stuff going on over there. It's going on over here. We're more connected now. And so how, we aren't falling for this place is bad, this place is good stuff. We're just not buying it anymore because we communicate. We talk to each other this way. So we see, them trying to crack down on it. Well, they didn't know what to do with it. I mean, they brought this up in the government a while ago when they were talking about we're losing the information wars. People are talking to each other across continents and stuff. So how do we control the narrative on that? You can't. The genie's out of the bottle. It's out. You can't shove the genie back in the bottle once the genie's out. So we all talk to each other. We keep in touch. We keep tabs. What's going on, in your neck of the woods, what's going on in ours. And we have a different, profound understanding of each other. It's a newfound respect for one another. It's not as easy to say that this place is doing this and this place is doing that anymore because we jump on here and we cross continents. So, just food for thought on that kind of stuff that when we're talking about, barriers and glass ceilings and stuff, we're busting through that as humanity as a whole. And not only that, we're going through an amazing process. It's a refinement process. It's a journey. It's a journey of choice, though. It's a choice. Everybody's a sovereign and allowed to, and my goodness, we should respect their choice. As long as their choice does not impact us, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. And to be authentic and have an authentic experience, try first writing down a journal. Write it down. What are you seeing? What's going on? And then see what happens in your life, what kind of affirmations you get from whatever it is of that experience that you've encountered. That will also help to determine if it's an authentic experience that's coming to your awareness to expand your consciousness, rather than something that's buried within our consciousness that's just frothing up to the surface, an actual expansion, a growth, a moving in the direction of the work, the inner work that we're all putting in. Things of that nature. I'll give them a few more minutes to pop in. We don't have a whole lot in chat. It looks like it says there's six of us all together. So Hello, you late nighters. It's 4:11. 4:11. I'll check my you check my email real quick and see if he's, because I should have checked it before I went live because he had responded. Let me see. And he might have gotten it. Let me look. Sorry, you guys. Did you get the email? For I am mounting. Because I pretty much, the last thing I want to do is be the one to tell you how to live your life and tell you how to have your experience. Each of us, we got spirit in the room. Each of us have our experiences, and there's a reason for it. Welcome, Spirit. How are you?
I'm good, thank you. Geez, that was entering quick.
I don't mess around. I seen you pop in. I was like, okay, you're in.
Let me just get rid
you're
of
in
that
the
horrible
house.
face of mine.
Me too.
There
Then,
you go.
and like, I'll get rid of my horrible looking face.
But you're a lovely looking girl. I'm an ugly looking man. There's a difference.
You're not an ugly looking man. Stop it. Men are supposed to be tough and strong, and women are supposed to look soft, and that's part of that balance thing, It's just part of the balance. That balance.
I suppose if you want to, yeah. Okay.
Left, right. Yeah. So how are you?
I'm good, thank you. Yeah.
Did you have something you wanted?
Oh, yeah. I'd like to read you something from a book that I read quite often. And it's a little bit about astro traveling.
I'm sorry, I muted to let you read. Go ahead. The floor is yours.
Oh, would you like me to? Okay.
Sure. Yeah, let us know who the author is, what the book is, so that way if anybody else is interested and they like it, then they'll know. They can get it.
This is the book. The author is T. Lobsang Rampa. You Forever is the name of the book. Okay. It has a lot to do with self-awareness, astro traveling, your aura. It just explains a lot about life and experiences and what you may face or not face when you do things, right? This is what he calls a book of lessons, right? And I'll just read like a page and a half from lesson 11, where you have already gotten to the stage where you can dream. You can take control of your dreams. The way I see it with this guy is dreaming is very similar to astro traveling. I don't see any difference between the two, except one, sometimes with your dreams you don't know how to control them, but once you learn how to control them, you can then use that to astro travel to do things, right? So we start with the book. It's only like a page and a half that I'll read of this, so it shouldn't take any more than about 5 minutes. Once you successfully can leave your body and you can look down upon yourself, right? You will rise through the ceiling. You will see your home and your street beneath. Then it is your first conscious trip. You will proceed fairly slowly to your destination. You will be going slowly enough to recognize the terrain beneath you. When you are used to astro traveling consciously, you will go with the speed of thought. And when you can do that, there is no limit whatsoever to where you can go. When you practice in astro traveling, You can go anywhere at all, not merely anywhere on this earth. The astral body does not breathe air, and so you can go into space. You can go to other worlds. Many people do. Unfortunately, through present day conditions, they do not remember where they go. With practice, you can be different. If you find it difficult to concentrate upon the person whom you purpose to visit, it is suggested that you have a photograph of that person, not a framed photograph, because if you have a framed photograph in bed, you may roll over and break the glass, thus causing cuts. You have an ordinary unframed photograph and hold it in your hands before turning out the light. Take a long look at the photograph, then extinguish the light and try to retain the visual impression of the person whose features are in that photograph. That may make it easier for you. Some people cannot do astro traveling if they are comfortable, if they are well fed or warm. Some people can only go astro traveling consciously when they are uncomfortable, when they are cold or hungry. And this is indeed a fact, though an astonishing one, that certain people deliberately eat something that disagrees with them, so that they get indigestion. Then they can do astro traveling without any particular difficulty. We suppose the reason is that the astral body gets heartily sick of the discomfort of the physical body. In Tibet and India, there are hermits who are walled up, who never see the light of day. These hermits are fed perhaps once every 3 days, and fed just enough in order that life may be sustained, in order that they feebly flickering flame of life may not be extinguished. These men are able to do astro traveling all the time, and they travel in astral form to anywhere where there is anything to be learned. They travel so they may conserve with the They travel so that they may converse with those who are telepathic. They travel that they may perhaps influence things for good. It is possible that in your own astral travels you will come across such men as these, and if you do, you will indeed be blessed, for they will stop and give you advice and tell you how you may progress further. That's just a little bit. It makes sense to me when I dream.
That's interesting. That's really good. The only thing that I don't have is the discomfort or have to be cold or too hot or any of that. It just go.
Yes. Well, that's what he says too. He says some people, some.
Yeah. But it's been over 2 decades though of this going on. It took a long time for me to understand and to allow the process to move forward. That's a good book. It is a very good book. Thank you. Amazing, Shara.
It's a good book. If you read the whole book, it gives you a good overall understanding. Now, what you were talking about when you had your accident and you weren't physically in your body 6 days, right?
Right. Mm-hmm. I was gone.
Yeah, where you were and who you were talking to, it's like exactly what he's saying in there. You may be talking to people of other worlds, of other or otherworldly dimensions. There's no limit to speed. Like when you said you were in like some kind of ship, right? That may just be
different. That one was different. The other one, the astral, like you're talking about, we do move at the speed of thought. Exactly spot on. You think you're there. That's why I kept meeting my husband on the other side of that machine, because there's no telling where I would be on the other side because I bop around so much, and we actually traveled together. And he kept slipping out and popping back because he would get shook. You know how when you first start to travel, anything can startle you, and then you run back that tether, and then he would pop back out again, and then we would meet at that machine because there's no telling where I would be. So we would meet there and then move on. That was on the 31st. But the other one was a different thing. That's some kind of technology that we have apparently here, because I never left this realm. It's pretty awesome. Pretty awesome.
Yeah, there's nothing to say that another dimension, fourth, fifth, whatever dimension you know, there's no real defining what dimension it is, but there's nothing to say that dimension does not exist here where we are.
Oh yeah, the unseen realm, of course.
Yeah. The technology may not be passed through to this three-dimensional world.
It is now.
Well,
yeah, it is now. I was like, what?
Not so much the like traveling or the learning, but the actual technology to be able to.
I think it's something anti-gravity. It's using it's not using regular fuel. It was pretty cool. It was a different feeling completely than going astral, and that was a bizarre thing. And to even talk and share, I wasn't going to. Richie's the one that talked me into sharing that with people, because I'm like, I don't even want to tell people. They think I'm nuts enough. I don't need to help anyone along with thinking that I'm crazy. They already think I'm crazy.
People think I'm crazy and I just do funny things and they still think I'm crazy. But hey, you know, that's all right.
Hey, life goes on. And you know what? Life is really interesting, deep, and we are so much more than what we think about when we think about it on the surface level. It's profound.
Well,
I wouldn't have believed it if I wasn't the one going through it. I was so left-brained before. I'll just continue calling you spirit. I was so left-brained before that I would not believe the things that I would be saying, even though I was brought up in the Christian church and we believed in miracles and all of these things. But the things that I've experienced, I'd be like, no, really, no.
Yeah. He even said this book was written way back in 1968, I think it was.
No way. Are you kidding?
No.
That's the secret. You just zapped me, and I'll tell you why later. Wow.
The book was written a long time ago.
Thanks for saying that part.
Yeah.
A long time ago. And that book is ancient, you guys. It's a long time ago.
1968. I was 8 years old back then. And
okay. I was born.
I came across the book when I was about 13, I think it was. My dad had it. And I took the book and I read it.
And you know, you're talking to somebody. I've never read any book on astral projection. I've never read any kind of teachings or anything. Everything that I've gotten is from homegrown, all natural, falling, stumbling, all around with what has come about.
You can
trip.
Look, it says, you know, like if you look back in time and you think, well, who before him? Because apparently those Indians and Tibetan monks and that have been doing it for many centuries, not just 10 or 20 years. They've been doing it for centuries. But who was the first one to discover it? It's the same. He must have learnt it purely the same way you do it without reading about it, or the way somebody else would do it without reading about it.
Yeah. Well, somebody had to have done it that way, right? Or otherwise he wouldn't have wrote the book.
Exactly right. That's right. So there's nothing to say that you can't learn it on your own. There's
But
nothing
it
to
is
say.
nice to get some help, you know? I mean, what a
No.
guidance that book is, to have something tangible that you could look at and say, wow, okay, this makes sense, because that's how it started. I started
Yeah.
leaving and I was freaking out, and I thought they said I was having night terrors. I was having the colorful lucid dreams, but I was also leaving my body, but I was in my
Yeah.
bedroom. It was nighttime. It was dark. So it looked to me like shadow creatures or nightmares were trying to get me. And it felt funny. My body felt funny. So
Yeah.
they're like, oh, you're having night terrors. Here, take this pill. But it didn't stop any of that stuff from happening. It just made it harder for me to shake myself awake whenever I was leaving my body, and it was scaring me. I didn't understand any of it.
Well,
So,
that's the idea of taking control of your dreams. Like, you can either dream nightmares or you can dream what we call nice dreams. Okay, I won't call them wet
hmm.
dreams. I'll call them nice dreams. All right. So you can either have nightmares. You can either have nightmares or nice dreams. You know. So if you're having a nightmare and you don't want to consciously, most people will consciously wake up in a nightmare, right? You wake up like in a cold sweat or going like shit, you know, oh shit, I was only dreaming, you know. Right. But instead of waking up, if you can take control of that dream, you are the master magician in your dreams. That's how I like to put it. You are the master magician in your dreams. Nothing can actually touch you or hurt you the same as you can't touch or hurt anything else.
That's right.
He even says in there, when you're astro traveling, go up on top of your cupboards or up on top of way up high, you know, where you don't normally dust, and try and leave a fingerprint in the dust, and you'll find that your hand passes right through the object,
Mhm.
right through the cupboard or the wardrobe or the closet or whatever. You can't leave the fingerprint. You're no
Right.
longer
My
a
go-to place is a light switch, and if I because that's how I figure out if I'm back in my body or not. If I can't turn the light on, I'm not in my body yet. I'm still tramping around, so I'm still out on my journey. I'm still venturing,
yeah.
so not to stress. So I do tell people, get a go-to place that's yours. You know, if I can't turn the light on, I'm not physical yet, so it's all good. But back then, no, it wasn't. I was like, what the heck is this? I didn't
Yeah.
understand it.
Well, that's what I
Yep.
say. When you're in a nightmare, the funny thing is you can't run fast. You have no strength. You have no um, you can't sort of escape type of thing. It's like it's going to get me, and then all of a sudden you wake up. Well, the reason you wake up is because your spirit's telling you, man, stop having these fucking nightmare dreams. You know.
Well,
Basically,
and it was just that it was nighttime. The room was dark. When you leave your body, if it's dark in your room, it's going to be dark when you leave your body. I was scaring myself because I was leaving and didn't understand it. I just didn't understand a few decades ago what the heck was going on. And I couldn't discern the difference between having a prophetic or an introspection dream or actually traveling. And now I'm able to do that. And I'm grateful. I am grateful
yeah,
for, everything that I've been through,
yeah.
but it would have been nice if it would have been taught in the spiritual places where we're supposed to learn spiritual things. I didn't
Well,
hear anything about anything about this there. Nothing, nothing.
the good thing about this book is it's not religious.
Hmm. Hmm.
All right, it's more of a belief in what your non-physical self is capable of achieving, or to understand what your aura is. If you have um, a good bright aura, um, you have good shielding from what other influences you might be getting from other spiritual beings or other things that are trying to interfere or trying to get you to believe in a certain way, right?
Hmm. Hmm.
Um,
Yeah, I've I've been lucky in that regard. I have not had any encounters Every encounter that I've had, every conversation, everything that I've gotten has always been about freedom and liberation. Don't kneel down and do not worship me. You are everything that I am. You know, that kind of, those are the kind of conversations I get. I feel blessed in that regard.
Yeah. Around the aura, you have an etheric, which is colored, right? And he goes through and explains a lot of the coloring, like
your tiger.
Yeah, very colorful. Depending, like if you've got a dark coloring around your heart, and like it can mean a couple of things. You're not well. You're not a nice person. You don't have good intentions for others. If it's bright colors around, or bright colors around your head, it tells you, whether you're healthy, how healthy you are, and your spirit, right? Because you and your spirit in this world are connected.
Yes. Even when we travel, we have a tether. There's a connection still. Yes.
He mentions that in the book as well. You do. You have a tether that
even if it gets as small as a piece of yarn.
So what's the difference between the spirit? What's the difference between the spirit and the soul?
Nothing. No difference.
So what's the third entity?
What do you mean by third?
I mean, like,
you've got an echo.
I guess it's that's part of the Catholic Christian indoctrination with the Holy Spirit. Do you think that there's? I mean, do you think there's? So we'll say our soul is our spirit.
Yeah.
Right.
You've got an echo happening. You've got something else turned on.
No, I've got earphones on, so there shouldn't be an echo at all.
Is the echo for me too?
Yes, the echo's happening here too.
It should. I've got earphones on. There shouldn't be any echo.
Let me see. Yep, still echoing. Strange. It wasn't.
Yeah, it's probably me because I've unmuted, but I've got earphones on and I'm using a lapel mic, so there shouldn't be any echo at all.
Is there something else? You got
No.
running.
No. The only sound is coming through my earphones. Hang on.
We're both afraid to talk.
No, it's coming through the. Yeah, no, there shouldn't be echo.
Your avatar flashes for the echo, except when your mic is off.
Yeah, I've got earbuds on, so there's no echo. We've been talking, and I have not heard an echo. But I think that we do have a spiritual being. We have a soul. We're a triunal being, but they're it's just like the mind is broken into three. We've got the divine conscious, the subconscious, and the consciousness, and then we got the mind and the heart and the body. We've got the body, soul, and spirit. Everything seems to be in threes, but the spirit and the soul, like they can be. The soul is you forever. You're eternal. And then when you come in here, we remember to forget. So we don't remember who we were before. And we go through to make this place more tangible and real, to have an authentic experience and expansion. There's nothing quite like Earth School, but we grow and we expand from this experience. But the spirit part, sometimes we can become a darkened being, but the spiritual help that we get from coming in. When we come in, we don't come in alone. That's always brought up in mythology and even in Christianity. You got your guardian angel. There's always assistance, but it's another like another fractal of ourselves, an extension of ourselves. I got the echo again.
For me,
Got the
I
echo again?
only believe one spirit. If you want to call it a soul, you can call it a soul, but I prefer to call it a spirit. Because I am of Native American descent.
One of them is connected through all of us as one, and one of them makes us the unique being that we are. Am I sure on which one's which? No. I'll pray and meditate and ask and patiently await the answer on that. But one of them is to keep is our uniqueness, our expansion, and our individualness, but one of them is our oneness and how we're, so you know how you hear the people say we're all one, and they champion and chant that kind of a thing. Well, we are, in a sense. There's a part of us that is all one, and then there is a part of us also that is unique and sovereign and respected and deserves to be respected, and you're here to have an experience as the unique being that you are. So I'll have to figure out which one is which. So it's either the spirit or the soul. I'm thinking the soul is your uniqueness. You have no beginning of days and ending of time. And the spirit is the oneness that keeps us all connected to the one in order for us to go and have experiences for conscious expansion in our soul. I'm not sure.
Have you heard the short story that my friend wrote called The Amber?
I don't know your friend.
No, I read it on my side. Michelle, did you? That's the question was directed at. Sorry, Michelle, did you hear me read that story? The Amber. A friend of mine wrote a short story. A friend of mine in the UK. Excuse me, sorry. Wrote a short story, and it's about this guy when he dies and what happens, where he goes when he dies. So he goes to basically it's a giant cinema, and this guy meets him, says, come on, man, you're late. The movie's nearly over. You're late. You've got to hurry up. They takes him up to the back of the movie screen. The guy sits down, and what he realizes everybody's been watching on the screen is his life. And then it comes to the end, and it says his name, a life, the date that he was alive, the dates that he was alive, and afterwards everybody's clapping, huge applause, and the guy that the sort of lead, the head guy comes up and says, "Come on, everybody! Here's Marty," and he brings him up, and he's talking to people, and they say, "Yeah, that basically we're all one soul. We're all the same soul, but we get to go and experience." Or we're part of the same soul or something. We get to experience life in these different avatars, in all these different ways, and then come back and watch everybody else doing it. I can't remember exactly how it goes because it doesn't make sense that it's one soul, but they're still all separate. But it's a brilliant, brilliant story, and I thought, what if that's what it? If each soul is a fractal of the one soul, and that's where the one comes from.
Well, I have a similar belief to what you're saying there. Is this body that I'm in now, experiencing this life here on earth, right? is an individual experience. No other animal on this planet can tell a different story from any other animal. If you take the spirit or the soul from a tiger, that tiger tells the same story when he dies as any other tiger that has died. I killed, I ate, I pooped. Every elephant tells the same story. Every giraffe tells the same story. But with us being, as we would say, a sentient being, right? And I don't know whether that's the right words, but anyway, we all have a different story to take when we pass on. Now, that different story is what you would say is being played on the movie screen. So wherever you go, your story is told because it's an individual story. From my life, my story is going to be different from yours or from anybody else's on this planet. And it's different for every single one of us. Henceforth,
it's perception. It's all perception, isn't it? It's how you perceive the world. It's a completely unique perception. Your perception of the world is totally unique. Nobody else can have your perception because nobody else has been actually in your vessel. So
yeah, that's what the story he's told you. I understand it because I see it as the same thing. I don't see my soul and my spirit being separate. I see it as the one thing, being connected with all other souls out there.
I'm going to mute you, Double O.
Say again.
She just asked you to mute.
No, yeah, he muted. He was asking you to say again because you're so echoey. I can't even hear what you're saying.
Oh, sorry.
It's not you. It's him. It's Richie. It's Richie.
That's really annoying me because I'm using a lapel mic, a professional lapel mic, and I've got earphones on. So there's absolutely no reason why there should be any echo at all because there's no external noise here. There's only the noise in my earphones and my lapel mic on my lapel.
Yeah, I don't get it.
So that's annoying.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't get it. But your avatar flashes for the echo.
Yeah, it's not on my screen. It's just flashing when I talk.
Right. Well, it flashes when it echoes for me.
Well, and it said to turn down your mic a little bit. If you turn down your mic, maybe it won't pick up the earphones.
Oh, it could be that, you know. Hang on a second. Because what I did... Is that any better?
Yeah, way better. Perfect.
Is that... Yeah?
Hello.
Right.
Yes,
do you know
no
what?
echo.
Right,
Thank
do you know what that is?
Thank you, Moynihan.
I really apologise. Because I've been streaming live doing the music, I've taken the echo cancellation off because it's only me on the stream, isn't it? So I don't need to worry about echo cancellation when it's only me on the stream. So yeah, I turned it off for the music. Sorry, I'm gonna have to remember to turn it back off again. I've got a stream organised for 3 o'clock, so I'll have to switch it back off for that. But yeah, there we go. All right, sorted. Okay, so I can stay off mute now. Is that a good sound quality now?
Excellent.
Yeah, much better. So, Richie, did you get to hear when he was reading from that book? Or did you come in later?
No, it took me ages to get in. I was having problems with my laptop. It's really slow.
Watch it on the stream. Yeah, he was reading from a book. You want to show that book again? He read a page and a half from a book, and it had to do with astral travel, and it talked about the different encounters and sensations and turning around, seeing yourself and taking control, and at a point then moving at the speed of thought, which I've been bringing up. We move at the speed of thought forever, because I never went through a tunnel. When I had that experience when I was 15, I was just above my body, and all I did was turn around and I was somewhere else. And it was amazing. I didn't want to leave. I really wanted to stay there, but I chose to come back. I know it was my choice. But yeah,
One
it was just a matter of just turning around, and I was there. It's just the book that he has is profound. There's a lot of affirmation there.
one of the problems that people face who are just looking into this, who've never done anything like this before, who've never actually traveled or anything like that before, and they're just getting into this. One of the things that you have to overcome, I think, is expectations. And people's expectations come from other people's stories of what happens when they travel. So when you're settling down and you're trying to get into that, you're concentrating on your breathing and you're trying to clear your mind. It's thoughts of what might happen or what could happen. It's important not to expect something, something definite or something defined, because your experience is going to be your own unique. It's going to be your experience. So rather than trying to imprint somebody else's experience into yours, like people say, they go through a tunnel or they're flying through the clouds or whatever it is, it's important not to set too rigid a framework for what's going to happen. Am I making sense?
Well, yeah, because remember when that weird thing happened that I talked to you about, I was laying down and I was focusing on if I could set my intentions on where I wanted to go. I
Yeah,
wanted to see Shannon again. That was where I was focusing on. Is that what I got? No. I went somewhere completely different, and the experience is the experience. And I just glean from where it is that I go. I get what I'm supposed to get, and I enjoy them
that's
immensely.
that it's confirmed for me from my own very brief travel experience where I sat on the balcony in the blazing sunlight and then was suddenly flying through the clouds, and the one or I or whatever it was, that experience, I wasn't expecting anything. I didn't say I want to travel. When I put the message out, when I set my intention, I realized that's what I did. I set my intention. So when I set my intention, it wasn't to travel. It wasn't for anything specific other than contact. That's all I wanted, was something that I would recognize as the whoever it is that I'm communicating with outside of the realm contacting me. And so I sat down and suddenly I'm flying, and that thing opens up in front of me, and as soon as I recognize it and say, this is my contact. This, I didn't say all this, but it was like this. Yes, this is my contact. This is what I asked for. I didn't know what I asked for, but this is it. This is what I asked for. So I recognized it and I said thank you, and phew, it was gone, and I was sat back down on the balcony again. And it all happened in a very quick, short space of time, like 5 minutes or something. But in that 5 minutes, I don't know how long I was flying. Well, it wasn't very long.
Do you
But
have any concept of what the speed of thought really is, how fast that
Yeah,
is?
yeah, I do, because I've had some of the research when I put my belief into planets millions of miles away and other star systems and other galaxies and stuff. I Something was spoken about contact with the Pleiades and the Palladians in the Pleiades happens at the speed of thought, which is instant. There's no measuring the speed of thought because it's instant. It's like that is as quick as you think of it. That's how fast it is. That you can't, it can't be measured.
That is correct. Speed of thought is faster than any known speed.
Mm.
There's no limit to where you can be in an instant. You can live, or you can experience a whole week in 5 minutes.
Yeah,
You can because there's no
and
concept.
you can be transported to the other side of the earth. From a smell. A smell can just whoosh you back in time 30 years. And, you know, you could be 2,000 miles away from where it happened in 30 years, but you catch a whiff of a smell and you're taken straight back to that place in the speed of a thought.
Yeah, yeah. It's one of those. It's one of those things. Like we don't know. We don't
It's in
know.
his book that he just read, that page and a half. It's in that book. I mean, I resonated so much with what you read. It's like, oh my, just the only thing was the discomfort part. The only part that I didn't was the discomfort. I don't have to be in discomfort. I just go whenever it's time to go. Like go. It's not like, and I've told this to Richie several times. It's not every night. I can't sit there and focus and say, well, I'm gonna go here and self through this avatar will myself. I go and I enjoy and glean and it's just it's amazing, and it is something that is in the realm of possibility for every single being. Every human being that is walking this earth should utilize every tool in their toolbox, and we should, you know, the more we talk about it, it's not that we're wanting people to have expectation or anything, because you can't set an expectation. I try to set an intention and I'll get something completely different out of it than whatever it is that I think, because what I think I need is completely different than maybe what I actually need. So I'll get what I actually need, not what I think I need. I hope that makes sense. But it's something that we all do, whether we're aware of it or not. We're doing it. It's just happening.
Well, he says in there, not all have to go through the discomfort. What he's talking about there is if like with the monks and that, when they can't find a way to astro travel, it may have to be done in a different way with a little more discomfort.
Fasting. Sometimes people need to do that to open up their pineal gland, to open that third eye. You know, do some fasting, or maybe they're doing an activity too much in this physical realm, that they're not nurturing their spiritual. They're not in balance. So then their third eye is not quite open yet. It's trying, but it's not quite done that pop. Which goes for your avatar, by the way, is absolutely gorgeous, because that's, I believe we live life as a rainbow. We don't neglect, we don't polarize. We use every color in the rainbow. Every color has purpose, and we should be radiating every color in our aura, in our field around us at all times, without feeling polarization. At the same time, having our experiences without imposing our will on another, showing mutual respect for the divinity and the sovereignty of each unique being. So when I set expectations and I'm given something completely opposite than anything I've ever experienced or expected, then it's like, ooh, okay, wait. Sometimes I still get rattled, after 23 years, I get rattled still. And if I can still get rattled, and not rattled like I'm scared, rattled like, oh my gosh, did that just happen type of a rattled, That's how amazing that we are. You guys, can you hold the floor for a few minutes while I take just a few minutes?
Yeah. He
Thank
wrote
you.
he wrote a lot of books too. He wrote quite a few books, and he did do a separate book on the third eye.
A lot of people have a hard time getting that sucker popped open, and I've developed a method, but I do not ever want people to make it into a methodology or a religiology. Blah. English is my second language, like I said earlier, but
I'm all
because
right.
it's not dogmatic, it's certain things will work for certain people, certain things will work for other people. You've got to figure it out within a pattern of a gamut of different ideals that you can utilize for yourself to have that sucker pop open, because that's your door. Once you've got that door open, you're limitless, and everything. It's just a profound, new way of living. It's a new way of living. I'll be right back.
Yeah. The way he says it in the book, you take from the book what you need for you. He might say things that work for him. He might say things that don't coincide with the way we do it or the way you do it. It doesn't mean to say it's wrong.
It is, yeah, that's the thing. It's horses for courses, isn't it? That's the thing about this life, man. Is
Yeah.
it's important that we each have our own experience. I forget who it was that. No, I don't actually. It was the first girlfriend that I had when I arrived on the island here in Tenerife. I somehow got with this really, really beautiful girl, absolutely stunning. It only lasted 6 months, but she used to say to me, "It's your movie, like it's your movie that you're living," and it's right. It's each one of us. We are. It goes back to stuff my mum used to say to me when I was a kid. You're not the center of the universe.
Yeah.
Something
I mean,
went wrong.
when we're introspecting, we're actually looking sideways. We're not living our movie. We're in the we're in the sideline. We're not looking ahead. We're thinking, and when we're not thinking, we're being. So, like when you when you don't when you don't feel analytical or dissective, then you're you're in your movie. You're living your movie. When you're in the sidelines, like what we're doing now, well, it's good to do this. I mean, it is, but then you want to live more than you think. You don't want to live a life of just constant thinking.
Which is what I seem to have done for the last 7 years.
Me too. But I hope that resonates with someone here, and because we can get in a paralysis of thinking, and and I'm a visual thinker.
Overthinking.
Yeah, I mean,
Overthinking things.
right? Yeah, and everyone knows that, but it's good to bring it up sometime.
Hey, I did that. I was super left brained, and I need to know why. And then finally, when I let go, it's like, oh my goodness. So I was fighting it, and I'm not trying to understand. I was like, what the heck is going on here? For at least the first 5 years, I was seeing things, walking through them. And then finally, I started just letting go and saying, you know what? I'm just going to go with the flow. Just go with the flow and see where I end up. And we come to know there's no such thing as hell. I had to untangle myself from any kind of dogmatic religious religion that I was brought up
There
with.
is, just not what
Even
we're
though
told
the
it is.
truth, I'm going to tell you, I read the Bible. I still read the Bible, and in the Bible is the truth. It depends on how you read it, how you interpret what you're reading, because it's parables, it's riddles.
Mm.
Figure it out. It tells you how to
And he
open
even
that
tells
third
us
eye.
that. He even
Yeah.
tells us that. He even says he's going to speak in parables because there are people like only the right people are going to hear what he's trying to say. Only those that are meant to hear what he's trying to say will hear it, and the rest will confuse it. It'll and the people that don't deserve the information will be confused by it.
I don't know if
Just
it's
one
not
second.
deserving.
One second. Sorry, I've
Okay,
got
it's not.
somebody
I don't
calling.
think it's a matter of not deserving the information. I think if you're happy and you're living your life and to the fullest, and you're respecting others and you know, just living a good life, why should you worry about? There's more. Of course, we should always want to dig for more, but if you're okay and you're doing fine, why stress yourself out or confuse yourself or get all tied up and tangled up with something you don't
That's right.
understand?
That's right.
That's my thought on it.
I want to recommend whenever if it ever comes back, open mic poet stage in your city. Now, there's usually a few places that a cafe or a pub, but somewhere that has Monday night open mic poet stage where everyone has maybe five. You sign up and you have 5 minutes to read, poetic writing. It doesn't have to be poetry. It could just be, just talking, because sometimes poetry can be just expressing a view. And what that does, it gets you out of your head. And people are really locked up in their heads a lot. And they don't, because when we feel free, we're not self-conscious about it. When we're overly self-conscious, then we get into this, trying to make sense of everything, and people are afraid of stop making sense. It's like just live, be, and express positive. Yet it doesn't. Everyone got too rational. That's why culture is suffering so bad.
Everybody's so worried about being naked that they don't realize that the emperor has no clothes.
Right. It's like the life is way too rational. Like it was never this rational. It wasn't all a constant barrage of information. It used to be, let's get away from information. But that element needs to recover. I wish I could explain that better, but I hope someone understood what I mean.
Yeah, man.
And I don't mean nonsense or gibberish. I mean when
No, you get out of your way. You're too left.
right,
You're out of balance. You're too left brain. You think you need to know
right,
the science. You need to break everything down. It has to make
yeah,
physical, logical sense. Some
thank you.
things just won't. They just
Right.
are.
Can I just mention something? Just because we're talking about left brain, right brain, right? Because I'm going to mention it again. I've mentioned it before, but nobody ever talks about it in when they talk about Mandela effects. Nobody ever talks about this, and this is a really big one for me, really big. Because when I was in private school, when I was about 6 years old, I was learning calligraphy. I was like 6, 7 years old. I was doing calligraphy, and I remember specifically in calligraphy being taught that the left hemisphere of the brain was the female and the creative side, and the right hemisphere of the brain was the male and more rigid and methodical side. Remember it absolutely clear. So that was in 1984. Massive Mandela effect. Now everybody's saying, no, it's the left brain is the calculated side, is the male side, and the right hemisphere is the female. Well, not when I was a kid. When I was a kid, it was the other way around. Silence.
Yeah. I mean, when I think about 1984, there
Do you know
was.
what? I didn't even think about that as well. Yeah, it was around 1984.
Well, I
don't
was-
have much on the left and
I
right
was-
hand of the
That's
brain.
when that 81st
I
was the year
don't
that I
know
died.
enough about
Oh
haven't
wow.
read enough about the differences. Like, I do understand certain parts of your brain is for functions of calculating, weighing up the odds of what possibilities are. Then you've got the side that has reasoning. Then you have your frontal lobes or whatever for fucking thought processes. There's another section for dreaming. I don't know. I don't see the brain as just a left and right, a two-piece type of item. I see it as
I removed the word brain from my mental vocabulary. I use the word mind, because brain is actually a muffler on both sides. It limits the mind. Mind is closer to who you are. The brain is the part of earthly reality that limits your perception. So, I take the word brain and I throw it away.
But we have to clean our vessel.
That's
That's what has a lot to do with
I
our
use brain
physical.
to
We have to,
describe the thought processes of the flesh and blood me.
yeah, that's what I was talking about. We have to clean out the vessel, our
Because
brain, our heart, everything, in order to get our spiritual house in order to have experiences, like with some people that have a hard time with their third eye. Well, we get our physical temple in order, it pops open, and then bam, we go, and it's not what we think. It's not by following these strict, rigid rules of religious doctrines and things. It's not like that. It's a respect thing towards each other. It's really that simple. We make it so hard, but it's really much simpler than what
that's what I wanted to get at too. It is simpler. We are overcomplicating it, and neuroticness, and probably just too much isolation, not having fun. Like people are not having fun, so they kind of forget how to just.
Well, especially now, eh?
Yeah, and
Especially now.
Really, since, in my view, like, reality became much less and less fun since 1989.
Yeah.
In general, I mean, I don't mean for me, but I mean just like the spirit in the airwaves. It came, all this fear came down, and
when I started secondary school,
cultural negative energy became really.
Do you know, it's funny you say that, because I didn't actually experience that until I came out of my coma in 2001.
You were? Oh, I didn't know you were in a coma. Wow.
Yeah, I was in a medically induced coma because
medically,
from a head injury.
Oh my! Wow.
But
where did you go?
Yeah.
I probably should go check your channel so I know this stuff.
It's not. It wouldn't be easy to find on my channel because I don't, it's not sort of labelled. It is there. I've spoken about it a few times. I had a really serious car accident. Fell asleep at the wheel. Had a head-on collision. Point of impact was 130 miles an hour. So it was really bad, and I had some serious injuries. When I came out of it wasn't when I came out of my coma, but it was after I'd come out of my coma, when I was released from hospital, and I went back because I lost my apartment and everything, so I had to move from the other side of the country back down to my parents. And once I got there, once I got back into some sort of normality of life, that's when I noticed. But I put it down to my situation. I put it down totally to my situation. I could see that, well, of course, the entire world is going to be completely different now because now this has happened.
We are happier. We're happier when we're effectively helping others. When we're too absorbed in what our needs are,
Yeah.
our practical stuff.
Definitely
And
I am definitely happier helping others.
Yeah, I mean,
much happier helping others.
When I'm thinking about myself too much, then others see that, and that becomes like, oh, well, that's someone I can't really talk to because they're inside their head so much that you have to kind of be out of your what's the word out of your introspective mind and available to the people, even if it's hard to find people you relate to. You still want to keep that, like every day, going to the grocery or whatever, any place there is around you. I'm more of a city I understand how different it is for people that are a rural mentality. I could never live that way. I have to have city because I like the artist community and people that would rather be in a group than I'm not an isolationist. I don't do well in small towns.
Patrick, I went from living in Southern California to a little tiny podunk town in Oklahoma. So I guess I'd be like Donnie and Marie. I'm a little bit country. I'm a little bit rock and roll.
I grew up in the country. Well, it wasn't so much the country. Like I wouldn't live on a farm or anything, but I lived in a small village, and my cousins lived on a farm. So I was always going out to the farm, and I love the country, and because I am who I am. I don't mind the city, but I wouldn't want to live in a city. It would
each city
sucking the life out.
Yeah, each city has regions. And when I say city, I mean the 70s and 80s meaning of city. Like city became a bad word because every city in America is now half ghetto with all the shopping malls are closed, and nobody wants to be in areas that are dominated by African.
I mean, that's all the part of it.
So, hey, let me interject you for a moment. Spirit, what are you in the United States or what country are you in? And
he's in Australia.
That's what I thought. And are you in a city or are you rural? Or so, yeah. Well, yes, this is his first time on the panel, and he's been quiet for so long, and I just wanted to hear a little bit more from him, if you guys don't mind. I mean, like, let's just include him in the conversation, please. Please.
That's all right. I've just, you've got something to say. You got to say it, man. That's cool. I do live in Australia, and I do live in the country.
Okay.
I did live in Sydney, which is
Sydney is beautiful. I've seen pictures.
My best friend lives in Sydney.
Wow. For at least 20, 25 years, I lived in Sydney, but I don't work anymore, so I prefer to be in the country where it's you're not at such a hectic pace. Things aren't moving at 100 miles an hour all the time. You can sit back and breathe.
Wow, I respect that, but you know how it is for an artist where you have to be around galleries and I like to be around artists. I don't know what I would do.
I mean, because that's your passion, isn't it? So
yeah. I live really. Art is.
I don't regret. Yeah, I don't regret living in the city, and I don't regret living in the country. I take them on as I have now experienced both.
Mm.
And preference now, because I'm getting older, I don't want to be high paced. I understand about being an artist and wanting to have places to go to visit great art and things like that. Well, I live in a small town.
Yeah.
I actually write poetry.
Oh, great. Do you guys have like a cafe where you have every Monday or every Wednesday a poetry open reading type thing? Like where there's a stage?
There are
Open
groups
mic.
around here. There's no real stage around here. There are groups around here that you can. I
like open jam stage, or we call it open mic here.
Yeah, we call it open mic in the UK.
Okay.
Yeah. Well, there'd be places here where you go, and you would probably go to somebody's farm or something like that, and you'd be all out in the open, and you're all sitting around, at picnic tables or whatever, or down the beach or up in the mountains or wherever you choose to be for that weekend, for that day. But I don't go to those groups. I prefer to be on my own these days.
Huh. Is it because you feel like you'll be criticized, or is it because it feels oppressive? Like, does it feel too mean-spirited, or what is it?
You go to my channel and look at some of the videos I do, mate. I have fun. I have fun, mate.
Oh yeah.
A couple of girls from America sent me a banana suit and a blow-up doll. I mean, okay, hang on a second. Now the doll has no physical.
Yeah.
Okay, it's just a blow-up doll, right?
Yeah.
But
you had her flash us. I remember that when you were dancing with her.
yeah. I do crazy things like that. I don't have what you would call like.
Who was that? Who's that kid, that singer, and he pulled it off her top at the awards?
Justin Timberlake.
That's it. Yeah, he did one of those with his doll when they were dancing. Yeah.
She now wears a t-shirt, by the way. She's not naked anymore.
She was wearing a t-shirt. You pulled it down.
The thing is, Prelim, I know some artists. I know a couple of artists that actually like to be out in the country. It depends where you find your inspiration, doesn't it? As well, it's about where you find your inspiration, and also.
Hey, I enjoy people watching like the rest of us, but I'm going to tell you, when we begin to venture out and have these other kind of explorations, and we know there's more, we expand in a way that it's not necessarily where we want to go to a crowded club or be around a whole bunch of people, because that need is not, we don't need that. There's such unconditional pure love being poured out on these places that we go and we visit, that you're fulfilled with self. And when you're fulfilled with self, isn't that what it's about? We come in alone, we leave alone. The attachments that we have here are mainly physical, and so that would be an ego thing, right? And so if you're okay alone and you're doing these things, you're having these amazing things happen, and you're comfortable with yourself and you're secure, you could either be in public or you can be by yourself, and neither way will bother you.
Security is a key word in like a person. If you have your soulmate and a couple best friends outside of the city, then you can just travel to the city when you need to and still be close with your main. I kind of like it. I need at least like that circle of people that I synchronize with, and then then I can travel, whether it's an hour away or whatever. Yet with circumstances, people moving to different cities, and then suddenly you have to find and sometimes they're unreplaceable.
See, I don't think they agree with her when you read that chapter or read that page and a half. Spirit, do you mind? Because hardly anybody ever will come back and watch a long of a stream anyways. Can you read that page and a half again? Because I think both of these gentlemen will really enjoy what you shared earlier. It's profound. It's really
profound. Can you give me 5 minutes? Can you just give me 5 minutes?
Tough patootie on you. He'll be done in 5 minutes. No, I'm just kidding, Rich. You have to ask Spirit about that.
Also, Spirit, if you can turn your mic up a little bit, or maybe bring the mic closer to your mouth.
Sure.
I think that's part of the problem, because I'm finding it a little bit difficult to hear you sometimes. Not all the time, but
Michelle said Spirit wrote a book.
He read out of a book. He'll show it to us again, so we'll know what it is. And it's just so profound, and there's so much in there. There was only basically one part of it that I didn't resonate with of what he read, and that was the discomfort. We don't have to be in discomfort. Sometimes it's just a matter of getting out of our own way and just allowing the process. But what he read is so profound and true. And he says that the book was published in 1968. Wow. So the information's out there. But see, I didn't read any of this stuff. I didn't learn it. I was very much brought up in a Christian upbringing, and this kind of spiritual teachings or spiritual nourishment was not given. I wasn't fed there in this regard. So I lacked understanding completely. So I fumbled around for a while. It just happens. But what he read it's really, I think that you'll enjoy it. I think Rich will also enjoy it, because it was wonderful if he's willing to read it to us.
He's probably trying to find it.
No, it's close. He read it earlier, just a little while ago. So.
Okay.
Yeah, it took me a while to find the section.
Yeah, well, Rich is demanding 5 minutes. So, do you guys want to listen to that music thing that I made for this show, and that'll give him some time, and that'll give you some time, and then we'll take it from there. Does that sound good? Let's jam out for a minute, you guys. Let's lighten up the mood.
Hi, I'm Petals. Welcome to my dance party. You're gonna see me and my friends dance to all different kinds of music. And I want you to tap your feet and shake your tuchus and dance with us. Look at us go. Full house again. Hopefully I don't get in any trouble. But let's have some fun, because we just changed up the style of music. But here we go, jamming along. Now we're with Jim Carrey. Come on, tap your foot, shake your tuchus, bob your head, dance with us, have some fun. Napoleon Dynamite. Come on, we can do this. Dance, dance, dance. Now I know you're bobbing your head on this one. Who can help but to start tapping their foot, shaking their tuchus, and bobbing their head to music like this?
Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys.
all seem to have a certain music that makes us want to move, makes us feel good inside. So always dance. Take it moment by moment and enjoy your friends. Live, love, laugh, and make sure you dance. I'll see you guys really soon. And thank you for all of those who are helping support this. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Bye. Bye.
Oh, my dogs cracked me up.
Welcome back.
Welcome back. Hope you guys enjoyed that. It gives just enough time if somebody has to go TT or whatever. It says 5 minutes is up. I know that.
Is he back? Are you back, 007?
Reggie.
I am back.
Okay, when would you like me to start reading this?
Now.
It's yours. So it's yours.
Okay, how's the microphone? Is it better now? I turned it up.
Yeah, that's cool.
Is that okay? All right. Okay, I like I explained to Michelle before, this book was written by T. Lobsang Rampa. Right, You Forever is the title of it. This is a rewritten book in 1990. This is the updated version of it. Right, not as in the writings, but as in when it was republished again. This book is the same as the first book I read back in 1974 when I was 14.
Just quickly before you start. Spirit, you are the absolute spitting image double of a really good friend of mine.
Really? Oh, that's
Bill.
terrible.
Called Bill McNally. His name was Bill McNally. He died in 2005, unfortunately, from a heart attack. But he'd had 3 heart attacks before that. He had MS, he had cancer, he had all this stuff going on. But he looked, you're the spitting image, man. You look exactly the same. Exactly the same. That's crazy. Sorry.
That's okay, man. That's all right. If I bring back memories of someone, that's good. And condolences to the person who passed away.
Doppelganger much there, Spirit?
One of the best guys, man. He taught me. He was a master craftsman. He built guitars, but he couldn't really do it anymore because he only had 7 fingers left or something. So, but he taught me alternating bass on the guitar, how to do an alternating bass pick on the guitar, and how to do a few things. And he also made me think differently about how I was singing. Made me straighten up and everything. Made me think about the channel of air going from my lungs to my larynx, and he really helped me. So yeah, nothing but fond memories of the guy.
Cool. All right, man. Okay. So I'll start from where, because you already know about dreaming or astro traveling. So you already know about leaving your physical body. All right. So we start from where up you will rise through the ceiling. You will see your home and your street beneath. Then, if it is your first conscious trip, you will proceed fairly slowly to your destination. You will be going slowly enough to recognize the terrain beneath you. When you are used to astro traveling consciously, you will go with the speed of thought. And when you can do that, there is no limit whatsoever to where you go. When you practiced in astro traveling, you can go anywhere at all, not merely anywhere on this earth. The astral body does not breathe air. And so you can go into space, you can go to other worlds. Many people do. Unfortunately, through present day conditions, they do not remember where they go. Um, with practice, you can be different. If you find it difficult to concentrate upon the person whom you purpose to visit, it is suggested that you have a photograph of that person, not framed photograph, because if you have a framed photograph in bed, you may roll over and break the glass, thus causing cuts. Have any ordinary unframed photograph and hold it in your hand before turning out the light. Take a long look at the photograph, then extinguish the light and try to retain a visual impression of the person whose features are in the photograph, then make it easier for you. That may make it easier for you. Some people cannot do astro traveling if they are comfortable, if if they are well fed or warm. Some people can only go astro traveling consciously when they are uncomfortable, when they are cold or hungry. And it is indeed a fact, though, and astonishing one. That concerned people deliberately eat something that disagrees with them so that they get indigestion, then can do astro traveling without any particular difficulty. We suppose the reason is that the astral body gets heartily sick of the discomfort of the physical body. In Tibet and India, there are hermits who are walled up who never see the light of day. These hermits are fed perhaps once every 3 days and fed just enough in order that life may be sustained, in order that the feebly flickering flame of life may not be extinguished. These men are able to do astro traveling all the time, and they travel in astral form to anywhere where there is anything to be learnt. They travel so that they may they travel so that they may converse with those who are telepathic. They travel They travel that they may perhaps influence things for good. It is possible that in your own astral travels you will come across such men as these. And if you do, you will indeed be blessed, for they will stop and give you advice and tell you how you may progress further. Okay. Thus this lesson ends. And then it goes on to other lessons on other things.
I've heard about there are particular shamans or whatever who certainly spirits, people working in that realm who are they're sort of the main spirit guides. Like there's one, apparently there's one in particular, and my friend Kirsty from Liverpool, she actually she conversed with him in a meditation that she did. Well, she's gone back, but she had experience with that entity or person or spirit soul, and you know he is like a master guide.
Yes, this person does the same sort of thing. He explains to things like the aura.
The aura is something that you can apparently everybody can train themselves to see. Not everybody can see colors. Everybody can train themselves
No.
to see the actual
The aura is almost like your toroidal field, and then you
Yeah.
also have your Merkaba. Your Merkaba is the vessel in which, when you've got all the, everything open and flowing, third eye, everything. That's our speed of thought traveling mechanism, and that thing's amazing, very
seeing
powerful.
somebody's
You want
aura.
to taste of
Seeing-
your power, stir your Merkaba, and you'll get an idea.
Yeah.
So if you want to see somebody's aura, best way is to have them against a white or a light background. Like,
You know those
they're-
pictures, as an artist, Patrick will probably resonate with this. You know those pictures where you just kind of relax your eyes and then you can see the image. You can't
they're the
see it because it looks like a bunch of dots. But if you
three-dimensional
just,
illusion pictures.
yeah,
all
if
about-
you relax your eyes, you can see people's auras very easily, no matter what background that they are on. If they have a green
Oh,
screen, you could still
I'm
see
saying
the
it's-
I could see
yeah.
the light.
I'm just saying it's easier to see when somebody's up against. If they've got a light or a white background, it's
There's that
easier.
tether.
It's easier to because I've tried to see people's auras with a normal background, and I find it I find it easier personally. I find it easier in front of a white background for me, because obviously I'm not very good. I'm new to it. It's not something that just comes naturally. So you need
as
to
the
train
portraits
yourself
come,
to be able
you'll
to
be all right.
do it.
You know,
You can't
Boynish is
suddenly-
in the chat, and he had brought up having a procedure done, and he had left in his body and had that vantage point that you just showed their spirit, that's how he was perceiving himself. He was watching from above what was going on, and that it was part of it. When I wouldn't leave my room until I finally turned around and stopped being afraid and turned around, I saw myself laying in the bed. And I woke up and I was laying in that exact same position in which that I saw myself laying in. And then I was like, oh, that's when I started having understanding, about that I was leaving back those, decades ago, and stopped fearing it, stopped thinking of it as a nightmare, and started thinking of it as, no, this is something opening up into the awareness of who we are. So then they had to teach me how to go through the ceiling. You say we go through the ceiling, right? Going through the ceiling, my logical mind kept getting in the way. I could go out a window super easy. I kept
never
trying to
go
open the door down. But my hand would go right through it, like you brought up earlier. This one I made my go-to spot, the light switch. But whenever they were trying to tell me go through walls, I did that. Go through the doors, I could do that. But go through the ceiling, then my mind would get in the way. My 3D thought. I got to go through the ceiling. Then I got to get through all of the insulation. Then I got to get through the roof. No, I can't get through all of that. So I had to overcome all that stuff too. I mean, it's kind of funny.
I used to fly when I was a kid, and I was always restricted by the ceiling. I was always, whenever my dream turned lucid. When I was a kid, 'cause I only had lucid dreams when I was a kid. But whenever they turned lucid and I realised I was dreaming, there was always a limit on what I could do. I could fly, but I couldn't get out of the room or through. I couldn't go through the ceiling or out of the room. I was stuck in the room. I wanted to get out of the room. I had to go back down onto the floor and walk through the door. It was always really frustrating. It was when I was a kid, so I didn't have anybody. Nobody guided me. Nobody, I never talked about it to anybody. So that was just, whenever it happened, it ended up being like an over. As soon as I realised that I was dreaming, then I'd suddenly think, oh no, now I'm not going to be able to do things, Like I'd have a motorbike. It'd be a really nice motorbike, and I'd get the keys are in it. I'd get on it. Wow, brilliant! Oh man, this is awesome. Get it, like driving off, and then I can't get it out of second gear. I know this bike can do 200 miles an hour, and I can't get it out of second gear. Or it's a car, or there was always something that was stopping me from. Once I realised it was lucid, and I had some, I realised I was dreaming, and I walked over to the bike. As soon as that happened, it was like a subconscious. I wish I'd had somebody to teach me how to get past that barrier.
There was a word in the 80s, and it was a book I read about it, and it was conscious astral travel, and there was a definition for it, and that word, like, I never hear it anymore. It was, it's on the tip of my mind, and I can't think of it. Do any of you know what I'm talking about? What was the definition of conscious astral travel?
I think the way you're saying it is the correct way to say it. You need to be.
I mean, it was like a one syllable word. It was called. I still have that book somewhere. Oh my gosh, I can't think of it.
It'll come to you. Stop thinking about it. It'll come to you.
Awake and active. I can't put my link into the private chat.
I want you to put it in the regular chat.
You
need to say something. Say something though, so I can make it so you can.
Okay, hang on a second. I'll write in hello.
Hello.
I'm looking it up. I'm gonna find it.
Are you looking it up? Do your job, Pre. No, I'm just kidding.
Yeah.
He's like, that's not my job. What are you talking about?
I don't mind if you make me blue, just for I'm going to have to put the link in and you can turn me back. I don't need to be blue.
Why?
So
you don't feel blue? You happy?
Either way, it's up to you, girl. I don't mind either.
Oh, you're blue. So get over it.
Hang on, I'll just hold my breath. So
you're all smurfed up.
Okay, I'll go find my link now.
I don't have anybody in here so far that, that's been smurfed up that has done anything offensive or oppressive. Usually we get a pretty laid back, but this channel doesn't attract people unless they kind of understand the concept of what we're talking about. And it attracts people that have mutual respect for others and sovereignty and want their freedoms to express. So why would they not want it for another? You know what I mean? So I don't usually have a problem.
No, well, people experience things in a different way. Like the book says, you take what you need from it and apply it to what's beneficial to you. Sure. Each one of us will experience a similar thing, but in a different way. But it doesn't mean to say it's wrong in the way you experience it. As long as it's
like I said, I have these ways, I have these methodologies to help people pop open their third eye. But one methodology may not work for another, and maybe another will work for another. It's just a difference of the individual. Each of us so unique, different things will work for a different person. It depends. That's how unique we each are. But once you get that popped open and everything's flowing, oh my goodness. I mean, who would not want to have every tool, access to everything that is accessible to us?
Yeah.
Have the entire experience. Yeah.
Yeah. There's my link there. I don't, my channel is it's got a lot of, just crazy stuff on it, but it also has, like, I go places, I go down to the beaches. There's a lot of scenery ones there too. I show people, the area that I'm in. And
are you a beach writer? Are you the one that's putting all this graffiti? Naughty? Was it say not it? Not it?
I've done a little bit of beach graffiti, but nothing.
You can tell that I'm looking at your place right now because I'm like looking at the graffiti on the sand. I'm like, oh yeah, he's fun. You're fun.
Well, that was done in biodegradable non-lead paint.
I'm sure. Stop thinking 3D. Stop it. Of course, it's biodegradable.
Yeah. I
when I
wouldn't
was
do anything to harm nature. I like nature. I like the world as it is natural.
when I
Well,
was
that's
in
where we take energy and we neutralize it and send it out with a new purpose. The earth is the best neutralizer and converter and transmuter of energy. When we don't know how to do it yet ourselves, you ground it into the earth, let it come back up out with, and it's repurposed as a neutral and goes about its business. Just
Yeah.
saying.
Now, what was that you were going to say, 007?
when I was in Portugal, they have sand sculptures. They're really big on sand sculptures. And they have every year they have this massive exhibition where sculptors come from all over the world and work on each sculpture. And each year it has a different theme. So in 2009 or 10, the theme was Hollywood. So each of the sculptures was something different from Hollywood, or presentation of Hollywood. Charlie Chaplin. They presented it right from the start, right up to the present day, and absolutely amazing sculptures. They had the sand shipped in especially for it. It was new sand that is still quite jagged, so it sticks together much better. When they put water on it and stuff, it all sticks together much better because it's young sand, apparently. But yeah, so the only reason I was saying it was because you were talking about being on the beach, going down to the beach, and then Amanda said, Michelle said about graffiti, beach graffiti.
Yeah, that's if you do something, you do it in a non-harmful way, which is all right. A lot of my stuff is, I muck around, you know.
I think this word is Mandela affected. I can't find it anywhere. There was a word for creative astral projection, and I think it started with a T. I just looked all over thesaurus and
Travel. No, I'm just kidding.
no, it's a unusual word. And
Teleport.
no,
So, okay, Richie and Patrick, what did you think about what he read? How did that resonate with you with what he shared from a book that was written in 1968 and just republished?
I was trying to find this word. I didn't hear it.
You didn't hear him read to us?
I was trying to find this freaking word.
But that was after he read. Yeah.
For me, because like I said before about we've all got we all approach this our own way and thing, So what I've read so many different people's testimonies about different things that when somebody writes something saying this is what will happen, this will happen, and this will happen. Personally, for me, I'm sort of like, well, for you.
Yeah, but that's not how it was written. Wasn't it beautifully put? This could, if you need this, this may. If these Buddhist monks do this, and this is what they do, but this may not. It's so open. And what really grabbed me with what he was reading is at the rate of speed that we move, because it is at the speed of thought. It's so spot on that this man, whoever wrote this book, obviously has been in a realm in which I have been in myself, that I don't, when I first started going, I didn't understand it. But that's how fast, even when I got hit by the car, I was looking at myself and I just rolled over. I didn't go anywhere. I didn't feel any kind of a traveling motion. I just turned and boom, I was someplace different. And it was freaking amazing where I was at. It was, oh my gosh, I can't even put words to it that would do it justice today. To the place that I visited, that apparently I was there for 6 days. I didn't know how long until I came back. And, when I was gone, I didn't know who my parents were. I didn't recognize anyone. I couldn't speak anything but gibberish. It was like the shell of my avatar was barely being kept alive. And it also died. Had physical death, I think 3 times. 3 times during that week. And then it was like just barely alive. And I didn't know who anybody was. I had and then when I came back, right instantly when I made that choice, pain from my toenails to the tips of my hair. I was in excruciating pain, opened my eyes and recognized my parents immediately, which I hadn't for 6 days. I was not. The lights looked on very dimly, but nobody was home. I was not there. The whole thing's amazing.
You notice he also says, like, you don't need to breathe air, which means if there's no air, there's no point in having or communicating the way we do, because you need air to vibrate to make a sound. You can't make sound in space. So to be able to communicate,
but we do.
It has to be through thought.
And it is through vibration. Vibration is sound, but it's not the sound that we're used to with an audible, like how we're speaking now.
Yeah,
right.
It's more along the lines of like a radio frequency. There's no.
That's what that sounded like when I had that experience not too long ago. Like somebody was talking to me through a radio in my head, and I woke up thinking, "Is this voice to skull? What did I just?" Because it was so different, but they were talking back to me, and I was like, "Can you talk back in voice to skull?" I mean, I was questioning everything. Maybe, I still do the overanalyzing thing. I'm guilty of that, especially when it's something new like this. But when I do that other, it's thought. We don't move our mouths. It's speaking through thought and moving into different places like you're at one place and then you just turn and you're at another place. You turn, you're at another place. And it's awesome. It had a whole different feel. Even my Merkaba, I know what my Merkaba feels like when it's oscillating when I'm traveling. I know what that feels like. This was not my Merkaba. This was some kind of a harness thing that was just over my torso, like over my shoulders and just around my midsection where my Merkaba starts in your solar plexus, but it radiates all around our whole body. We can hear the humming in our ears, the buzzing from all that power that we hold within. And that little sucker gets to spinning super fast and bam, we're gone. We just, poof, we go.
That's not something I've ever experienced. When I went into the clouds, that was just instant. I went from being sat down to being
maybe
in the clouds.
You don't need that.
There was no physical. I didn't feel it. Like I've had absolutely no sense or perception of my Merkaba or anybody else's. But when it's described, it explains to me some of the lights and the orbs that we see in the sky.
It's what we look like. It's one big ball of light.
The thing is, because in the book, or I'm not sure if it was in the book or if you made the association, Spirit, about space. I have a completely different perception of space to. I don't know about everybody
We
in
talked
this room.
about that earlier with spirit when we were talking about that. It more like realms of even like here we are here, but we're in a realm of unseen. There's things in this realm that we can't concept or see, but we can roll into it in our Merkaba.
There's whole other. I mean, I think there could be entire civilizations living here at the same time as us, just in a completely different.
Yeah, what I meant by, see, for me to be able to speak to you, there needs to be air to get to the microphone.
Oh yeah. But there's.
Oh yeah, we got that. We understand that.
It's
Yeah,
communication at the speed of thought. So
yeah,
it's
and in space where there's no air, how would you communicate unless it was via a frequency of some type of frequency?
Yeah.
So whether it's telepathy, mental, or
Yeah, be careful what you think of. No, I'm just kidding. Everybody can hear you.
and so well there you go. See, nobody can actually hear me when I'm thinking here, but who's to say people can't hear you when you're astro, when you're not in your physical body? Who's to say that everybody
Why
can't
do you
hear
think
you?
that they can't hear your thoughts while you're here?
Your thoughts when you're here.
Yeah, what makes you think they can't hear your thoughts while you're here? Because that's not true. Because even people, as we're becoming more conscious, we can hear each other's thoughts.
As a lot I've come to learn that a lot of the thoughts that go through my head do not come from me. I know without any shadow of doubt that a lot of the thoughts that go through my head are not coming from me. I can't identify who they're coming from or where they're coming from, but they're not coming from me. I'm hearing them in my head from someone else.
This in my book too, Spirit, is what about the empathic journey. And you know what, though, I'm going to be honest, people walking around here with us, when this opens up in the portions, we'll shield ourselves up because we don't want to hear everybody's thoughts.
No.
We don't want it. We don't want to know what everybody, because it's confusing as all get out.
It's important to block them out. It's actually important to maintain sovereignty in your own thought space and recognize which thoughts are your own and which thoughts are not, and be able to sort of have a sentry stood on guard effectively on your mind, policing your own thoughts. Certainly at the moment, in the time that we're living in now, with things the way that they are now, I think it's very important that we police our own thoughts, because we get, for me, let's just say for me, it's important that I police my own thoughts, because otherwise, because I do think too much, and I do overthink things, and some of those thoughts that haven't come from me take me down avenues that I really don't want to be in. I don't want to go down there. I don't want to think about that. You know, so I push
Hold
those
on a
thoughts.
second, Richard. Patrick, what's that word for travel? That, since we were talking about before we get too far off travel, what is the word you found? Can you pronounce it?
I'm still looking for it.
I see it in the chat. Technically?
No, I'm trying to remember how the word starts. It's like I can see it and I can't remember the exact letters of it.
Okay.
Or Celta, it was a common word in the 80s and 90s, and it was about astral travel. It's a noun.
Not telekinesis, because that's.
You said it was one.
Yeah, you said one syllable.
One syllable. Yeah.
I can't find it. I'm freaking out. I'll be right back. I gotta find it.
You're thinking about it too much. You need to let it go, and it'll come back to you, dude. You need to let it go.
Yeah, it's in his consciousness. It's just wanting to come forward.
Now, all the trees have just sprouted up everywhere, and you can't see anything. Trees, letters on them. It's like, I really have absolutely no idea. And I grew up in the 80s.
This is weird. I think it never existed here. I'm gonna find it.
It's like thought travel is along the lines of teleportation, but you're not doing it with the physical body.
Thought has to be quicker, faster, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Thought must be faster than a teleport. If you're able to,
Yeah,
if you're able to astrally travel and like effectively teleport, then really the thought is faster because you think of where you want to go before you go there. So thought is always faster.
The two are different. Or teleportation is of the physical body more so than what say the spiritual body. Have you ever thought about like the thoughts that you might be hearing, right, and not knowing where they're coming from? You know, in my ancestral beliefs, we have what we call a spirit guide. Now that spirit guide speaks to our spirit, and then my spirit puts those thoughts into my head. So not knowing exactly which ancestor is talking to me at the time of the thoughts that come into your head, but those thoughts may not be coming directly to your physical mind. Those thoughts might be coming to your spirit or soul, whichever one you want to call it, right? To your spirit, and then your spirit translates it to your
right. It's interesting how you describe it, because for me it's if I'm thinking it, if it's a thought, it's not coming from outside of this realm. It's not a connection to it's not a connection to anything or anyone that's going to guide me.
no.
But if
No,
when I feel it's something that's come from either the creator or from Jesus or whatever, then I just it's just there. It's in my heart. I can't.
Yeah, it doesn't have to be coming from this from some other dimension. Don't forget, my spirit at the moment, while I'm awake, is here with me right now. I cannot astro travel while I'm sitting on the panel here talking. It's an impossibility, right? So therefore, my spirit is in this realm. It doesn't necessarily feel like the thoughts that come into my head, or the thoughts that make me want to like go out and stab someone, or the thoughts that might want to make me go and hurt someone or steal something, or anything like bad thoughts occur along with good thoughts of love, kindness, respect. You also get the other one. What you have to do is you've got to separate
I call those
yourself.
thoughts whispers. Those are the whispers, and they're not
Yeah.
coming from yourself. Those are the
No.
little because for me it's never to steal or anything like that, but to hurt people. But,
No.
I get these horrible, horrible thoughts when I get frustrated or angry or triggered. These instant thoughts that come. They're just instant come into my mind. Like, oh, I want to do this. I want to smash his face in. But that's not come from me because that's not me. I am not an aggressive,
No.
violent person. I'm all about love. I love to get on with
Yeah.
people. It's much nicer to be nice. I love to give. I love to feel like I'm helping people. If I see somebody in need, I will always try and help them if I can. If I'm able to help somebody, I will. And that's why it's a bit.
Yeah.
It really sucks when you need help.
Yeah.
But
We all have that same process, you know, when you get frustrated and you need to have an outlet, and you know that's not your nature or your personality, you know that's not you as the individual. That is a process that happens to all of us, whether you act upon it or not. That makes the difference.
It's all about
Because
how you perceive what it is, though, isn't it? It's all about how you perceive where that thought's come from, why you've had it.
well, yeah, they they're sort of like in the realm of the unknown, like uh, like we can say what happens to us after we die, but is it really what happens? Do you have any physical proof of
We
what happens?
That's the thing. We
That's
can't. Nobody can say what happens when we die.
yeah, that's
All we can do is recount other people's um, their own perceptions of what either happened to them when they
yeah,
had a near-death experience, or what was
exactly,
told to them by somebody, or maybe if they
exactly,
channeled the information from a
yeah,
spirit, how they perceived that information that
yeah,
was channeled to them, and then how they then presented that
yeah.
information to the people that they
Here's
Or they
disseminated.
tell you
yeah,
things that they shouldn't know because they were supposed to be in
yeah,
surgery, and they tell you about things that it couldn't possibly be in their gnosis
yeah.
unless they left their body and seen something that they could not have possibly seen, and
Yeah.
there it is.
Here's the disconnect. You know how you talk about the cord that you're attached to that brings you back to your physical body,
The tether.
The
the
silver
tether.
thread.
Okay, okay. So just say that what happens after that tether is no longer there.
Yeah, mine was gone. I didn't have a tether anymore. I had to dive.
Yeah, but
When I went to hell, I was scared that my tether had been severed because I had no awareness of it. I couldn't feel it or see it. So
yeah,
I was really that's what when I got scared and I thought, well, not scared, but just really angry with myself, um,
yeah.
having a go at my ego, having a go at my the
But
avatar body, basically.
but there's the funny thing. You see, all the people that have had a near death experience, that tether has never really been broken. In your mind, it might have been,
No,
or,
yeah,
or in the or in the situation that you were in, it might have
that
seemed like it was, but it wasn't.
so that experience when I actually went to
It could go
hell,
as thin
that
as like fishing line.
I understood the experience to be afterwards. I understood it to be my perception of the pain that was around it. But it was a really weird thing because when I went there, it was under the influence of LSD, and I'd taken a little bit too much, and I was 1 minute I was sat there on the bed, and then everything went 180, and I was in hell, and I had no perception of my body.
Yeah,
And when I came back, that's how it happened. When I came back, 1 minute I was there in hell, and then I was back in the room,
yeah.
and I'm like, whoa, what
Maybe
the
because
hell just happened, man? Oh my god, I was in hell.
yeah, but obviously you didn't belong there.
It, it was it was largely, I think I put myself there because of the conversations that we were having as we were doing it. We started talking about David Icke, and I put on a video. I put on a David Icke video, and then that's when the demons started. They were appearing outside of the apartment. They were on the street outside, right outside the window. I looked at the window, they were gone. Every time I turned back, I could just feel them coming back and looking in. And so that was going on, and we were laughing about it. It wasn't scary. We weren't scared by it. We were laughing about it. And then phew, I went, and I was in hell. But I didn't see anything horrible. It wasn't like that. It was a purely sensation thing. I could not. It was emotional. It was emotional hell. I was just hearing screams of anguish and pain and misery, and I could feel the misery and the pain and anguish. That's why I say it was hell. And it felt like it was. It didn't feel hot, but it's like I could sense blood and fire around me. So I just saw that as my perception. I put myself into my own little hell, into my own little version of hell, just for a moment. Because I don't believe, like Michelle, I don't think hell exists. I think hell is a state of mind. Hell is you can live in hell here on earth while you're alive. You can be in your own little hell, or you can be in your own little heaven. It's all about perception. It's all about perception, how you perceive what's going on.
Well, that's the way I see it, as in dreaming is a way of saying to people, right? Just the way you worked it out for yourself, right? It's a way of saying you can either live in nightmares or you can live in pleasant dreams, right? If you want to call that a definition of heaven and hell, then that's what my definition of heaven and hell is. When you dream and you're having nightmares, that's hell. When you're dreaming and you're having nice dreams, that's heaven. And the feelings are as strong as they are when you receive what you don't want to receive, like somebody doing bad to you is a form of hell, and when someone's doing good to you, it's a form of heaven. A pleasant feeling or an unpleasant feeling.
Do you remember this word? It starts with an E. E-N-K. It was astral projection, and there were many books about it. And something ink. Does that ring a bell? Anyone?
Not to me, but
No.
And
remember, I haven't read any books or any. Everything's just homegrown. I haven't studied or, So I'm sorry. Let's hear something from
MK Ultra. It's MK Ultra.
Yeah.
Oh, how did I know the first thing that I was
Boy.
Telincra. I'll find it. I'll be right back.
Telesynchronicity. No, that's double.
No, it was a strange word, but it might have been only in Sagittarius. So now I really want to find it.
If I could say this word, Theosophistic.
Theosophistic.
Theosophist.
Theosophist. Yeah.
Theosophist.
Theosophicism.
It was a technique.
Theosophosophy.
Astral projection.
Yeah,
Yes.
It was about visualizing. What?
That's
the
what?
word
If you can say it.
Theosophists. Yeah. Those that know God, so to say. Right? Or that seek to know God.
There's trouble used by something later by some
There were
theosophists.
books, there were like 100 books about it.
Delinquent?
Tell a delinquent. Oh yeah, yeah. Yeah. I'm guilty. I'm a teledelinquent. Yeah, I must have been.
Synonyms
Sifra.
Alternative words for astral projection.
Yeah, that's what I'm looking for.
Synonym.
Okay, I'll spell it to you. I'll spell it to you because I can't say it. SYNONYMS.
Hold it. Can I
Is
see
that it? Wait.
Hold it up.
See, how do you spell it?
SYNONYMS.
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 No, that's not it.
Synonym.
I'll know it immediately when I hear it.
Synonyms. Yeah.
Synonym. Yeah.
Yeah. Synonym. That's just
Synonym is a. Oh no! That says find all the synonyms and alternative words for astral projection at synonyms.com. Synonym is a different word
for a different.
That means a different
word for a different word.
So that's where I've got to go. So that's where I've got to go to find the word you're looking for. Then
I think it starts with a. It starts with an E. It's something like.
You are in the right. You are in the right spot. Yeah.
We're going in the right direction. Hopefully.
Etra. Something. Etra. Oh my God! Oh. Centra. I'm sorry. I'm trying to find this word that's bothering me a lot.
Yeah, you're bothering me with it too now.
I'm gonna find it now.
Everybody with it.
Oh man, I know. You will remember it as soon as I say it. You'll be like, "Oh yeah, of course."
I knew that.
Find it for you, so I do not consent. All right, astral projection. Wow, there's one other word for it. Really?
Symptomicrosis. Eschasomatology. Eschasomatology.
Escapology. No.
It's.
I don't want translations. I want. Is that the only other word you've got for bloody spirit walking? Is the only other word for
spirit? What?
Oh man, this hasn't taken me anywhere near where I want to be.
Okay, let's forget about it.
I think this is a Mandela effect.
Next subject.
I think it never existed.
Topic. What's the next topic?
Or bilocation. No.
Bilocation.
So, why can't I remember that? Oh, I have a book here somewhere. I'm gonna find it. You guys go on. Never mind. Whatever you're talking about.
Unfortunately,
he's gonna find it.
You've got me stuck now.
You got me stuck.
Why would it take me to where I want to be?
Astral traveling.
I don't do any astral traveling.
OBE. Otoscopy.
Otoscopy, yeah.
Otoscopy is another word for an out-of-body experience.
Ecce homo, right? See yourself, see the man, see the human, see the man.
Do you know what it might be?
Otoscopy. It's actually the same.
Spanish?
Etsy. ETSY. Etsy.
ETSY.
ETSY. Etsy. That's what I found for 1980s book on astral travel. Etsy is what they called it.
Uh-huh.
Sounds like a Greek word. Etsy.
Proicultura astral. That's Latin, that is.
Tiganis, bre. Tiganis. Kala esto. Kala esto. It's not taking me where I want to go.
Oh, 306. Oh, yeah, you have this.
I'm just going to write it down before I forget it because of I just found some books on it. And then when you like click, it takes you, you know how it goes. You end up going down rabbit holes. Thanks, Patrick, for trying to send this down your Mandela effect rabbit hole. Totally off topic. You just sent us on a
Yeah, next topic.
We're all over the place. And by the way, Mr. Boy, when you had your surgery, you left your body and turned around and wasn't that you said that you were watching the surgery?
Yeah.
So, you know, and that was something that he showed in the book, the tether. And then that's part of it is you actually turn around and you look at yourself. You recognize the terrain and then you move further and further on. And a lot of people are doing this. They just don't remember.
Yeah. Yeah, and I've had like dreams that weren't dreams because they were like in color, and I could remember everything totally clear. So yeah, there was more like a vision or a projection. I mean, it might not be something that you experience. You just might be playing a part in another decor, so to say, right?
That's part of it, though. Sometimes we're observer. See, at least for me, sometimes I'm the observer, and sometimes I actually am a participant. Depends.
Yeah,
and it is in vivid color. It is.
It's much like this world,
except for the colors are richer, deeper, more vibrant. I've noticed.
Yeah.
Listen, I'm gonna have to duck out in about 5 minutes, guys, because I've got to get ready for my I've got a stream scheduled for 3 o'clock.
Yeah, I've seen that. Yeah,
it's always an honor, Double O. Always an honor. Make sure you put your channel in the chat. I don't know how many people are in there or how many will watch it later, whatever. At least it'll be there for them. Please and thank you. That goes for everybody that's on the panel. Make sure that you are putting your channel links in the chat stream, please, so they can find you. Nothing worse than hearing somebody talk that you totally resonate with, and then you don't know where to find them. Again,
that's okay. I like to remain a bit of a mystery.
Don't make me put yours in the description box. Don't give me more work, okay? Just
okay.
Just do what you're told. Just for a minute. Let me oppress your sovereignty. No, I'm just kidding.
Oh yeah.
I don't want to oppress your sovereignty.
Yeah,
that's why I asked Spirit in private.
I found it.
You found it.
Oh my God! I found it.
You found it.
Eckankar.
Release us. Release us.
Do you know what do you remember?
No.
Eckankar. ECKANKAR. Eckankar.
That is not one syllable.
Right.
No, I was wrong. It wasn't once. It was called Ek for short.
It sounds like cancer.
No, do you guys, wait, am I alone on this? Do you guys remember Eckankar?
No.
Are you kidding me?
It sounds
Are you kidding?
It sounds like a disease.
Stop it, Voyden. Stop it. Behave yourself.
To be honest, in the 80s, I was, I was climbing trees and riding dirt bikes and fishing and stuff. I was a kid, man. I was born in 1973, so in the 80s, I had absolutely
Wow.
no involvement in any of that sort of stuff.
Okay. Well,
I
wait,
was
Spirit.
in
Wait,
private school, but they didn't
Spirit.
teach us.
Do you remember Spirit? Do you remember Ekankar?
Ekankar.
Yeah. Ekankar.
Is that like the last name, or is that like the
No,
first name and the last time together?
It's a form of spiritual astral travel.
Okay.
Yeah, I think it comes
In
from
what
like
language?
There were tons of books about it.
In what language? With what language?
English.
English. Okay.
Ekankar. Oh my God! I was looking all over for it.
It's like religion, where they have a different name for God. Like
I didn't know that part of it. I thought it was a method of astral projection.
It is in whatever well,
that's the word I was looking for anyway.
Yeah,
and
whatever
there's many books on it.
Yeah, whatever that guy's belief was, or the way he was taught. I mean, it's got the same meaning as what we would say astro travel, right? It has the same.
Yes.
It has the same meaning. It's just a different word describing the same thing.
I'm sorry it took me so long. It was bothering me so bad, and
I'm really happy.
To talk about it.
Really happy that you found it. That you got closure on that. That's cool, man.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thanks, you guys.
And by all means, if you want to refer to astro travel as Ekankar, you go right ahead and do it, because that's how you know it as.
It's a book that I haven't read since like 1989, so that's why it took me so long. I couldn't think of it.
Yeah. How old are you, Brilliant?
56.
Whoa. Seriously?
It's just a baby.
Do you know what, dude? I'm not kidding, mate. You sound in your 30s. I thought you were in your 30s.
Well, I'm still like, 15.
I can hear it.
I don't even live for.
I would never.
I relate more to. I wake up and it's still 1979.
That's shocking, but that does explain why you reacted the way you did.
Yeah,
I didn't because I wasn't recognizing something from the 80s. Because I was thinking, well, dude, you were only born in the 80s, weren't you? How the hell did you know that name? I'm thinking, what school?
Yeah. I don't conform to age and time. It's all.
I respect that.
Because it's all going to be over anyway, so why?
I'm 23.
Why be affected by age?
I'm 23 for the rest of my life.
Really, it's an outlook, it's an attitude, and really it's over anyway. Like all of this, like we're gonna be there any day now, so we may as well think in our most positive state of mind. I'm sorry, I'm not making much sense.
Well said. Listen, guys, I'm going to duck out. Thank you very much. Thank you for having this. It's really nice.
Thank you, Double O. We'll see you shortly.
And look up Ekankar.
Yeah, man. We'll do. Voynich,
Doc Michael's in the house.
Always good to see you, man.
Richard.
It's kind of a cool subject, and I'm sorry I couldn't remember.
Is it a methodology, or when the books were published, was it a certain methodology to achieve that goal of? Okay. So it is kind of how Spirit was describing it as, different religions call God by a different name, a different methodology would have a different technique or a different method. Okay, that makes sense. So you were spot on, Spirit.
It was. I think it's been obscured because I never see the word around anymore, and for a while it was like maybe it was just a flash in the pan word, but I do remember seeing a lot of books about it.
Interesting.
I'm surprised that you guys don't remember it. It might have been on the Might have been on the Earth I was in.
I just didn't look into that kind of stuff back then. I just didn't. I didn't. I to this day I don't own any books on travel or anything of that nature.
Oh,
I am actually interested in the one that he read because of the speed of thought. You don't hear of a bunch that talk about, you know, the rates that you go and the similarities to the experiences that I have. That didn't resonate with all of them, but there was many in the book that he read that I did resonate with, and I thought, wow, that was mind blowing. So, you know, I may give that a peek, but no, I have not read anything about any of this stuff. Any of the stuff that I'm going through is just, it's been fumbling around in the dark trying to figure out what the heck is going on. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, me too. I just found him online. It was a certain person, after all. It was, and I think it does look like a religious group.
So it's like a name of somebody.
Yeah.
Okay. So he hit it. He hit it on the head. He knew.
Oh, at least I found it. So
Good.
Pretty interesting, though. I guess he has his own take on it, and I'm seeing his face on all these videos about Eckhart.
They call it, by chance, for short, did they call it Etsy for short? Because I did find a book on Etsy. Okay.
Yeah,
okay.
It was called
That's the one syllable thing that you were thinking about is Etsy. Okay.
Yeah, ECK.
I found it spelled to be ETSY, Etsy.
Oh.
Real simple, one syllable, Etsy. But it could, but that was back in the 80s. So we were all looking for it because of it was driving everybody crazy.
It's now that I'm seeing his video, I'm wondering what it was about it that was so interesting.
My path is not yours.
I'm wondering what's better. What is better? Is it better to look at somebody else's methodology, or is it better to stumble into it and find your own way? I mean, it's always good to throw the rope, but never expect someone to go with exactly the same direction because of the uniqueness. It's hard. It's really difficult in that respect to try and
because this guy is like a scientist and he seems really rigid, and I remember reading books about Eckankar, but now when I'm listening to it, it seems kind of, I think
it might have changed.
It seems, it might have changed.
I had a similar experience the other week, I think.
Wow.
I was, but that might also be an online thing. I had this. I knew about this story. It was called the Ragged Jeans Philosopher, or the Philosopher in Ragged Jeans, something like that. And it was a story about a man who met God, supposedly, right? It was just a story. But he thought it out like really well. And it was a story about how God met this dude, this philosopher, who didn't believe in God. He was like a profound atheist, right? Uh-huh. And that's why God sat next to him, not to convince him of God's existence, but just to speak with him, right? And just to show him that he is God, because he knew everything about him, and it was impossible to know everything that God talked about to the man, right? Because he knew everything about the man. But now I read the story again, and I could see that the story was adjusted to the current time. So it mentioned it mentioned smartphones and such, but the rest of the story changed so much to me. Like I was like, no.
Yeah, that's what this seems like. Like he was more like psychedelic and free, and now he seems like a rigid scientist.
Yeah, that's the same that happened to me with that story. Like, dude, that was such a good story, and I get that that this guy would adjust his story
like a different guy,
right? for like 20 years later, telling the same story and then adjust a few things. But the whole idea of it changed. The whole concept of it totally was out the door. It was, I couldn't recognize any. I could recognize the tiny parts of it, but I was like, no, this was not the essence of the story at all.
Wow.
Hello, poor dirt farmer. Would you like to know what the word Ekankar means?
It means a dead farmer?
No, not quite. According to the Ekankar glossary, the term Ekankar means co-worker with God.
Oh, that makes sense.
Ek is another word for the Holy Spirit, also known as the audible life current, life force, or light and sound of God. The leader of Ekankar is known as the living Ek Master.
Wow. Well, thanks for researching that. I'm still looking it over myself to remind me, because it's been a real long time since I read this.
Spiritual leader is Sri Sri Harold Klemp.
Yeah, that's the guy. That's the guy. He doesn't look the same.
There's those threes again.
Wow.
Welcome, poor dirt farmer.
From Shawnee, Florida. Or I'm sorry, Suwannee, Florida. Okay, the Ekankar thing pretty much killed our flow of conversation.
How did you find me, poor dirt farmer?
Yeah.
No, Michelle.
Search for spirit.
Yeah, I told you.
Yeah, bring up where did we leave off before the Ekankar?
We were discussing the book, and then the things that he read, the synchronicities,
That's right. That's right.
Authentic experiences versus things that we hear or that are like pizza dreams, and the travel and how you travel its thought and speak through thought and vibration, and that explains that machine thing, which is all vibration. That's why I couldn't tell if it was mechanical or if it's organic, because it's in constant motion, which looks like it's alive, but it's because of the sound vibration frequencies. And it's just we were all over the place. It's just amazing conversation.
I think the book would be good to read for you, Michelle, or anyone else that is just in general interest of what we talk about and so you have more of an understanding maybe of where the people are coming from. You don't have to take it on as this is a be all, know all book. It is
like also it's not like you can also have like inwards travels, right? It's not all about astral projection. It's
but isn't that kind of the same thing? Everything comes from within.
Well, it's part of the spectrum, but
yeah.
So you can also have like epiphanies, which is also like part of the spectrum, but you don't get there. It's not a way to get to an epiphany. Epiphanies happen, No,
the third eye is more along an epiphany where you have a sense that something is going to happen.
Yeah.
To whether it be to you, whether it be to the earth, or whether it be to somebody or you can have along the lines of deja vu, where 30 seconds before something happens, you think, shit, that's going to happen. And then all of a sudden it happens. Or, I'm going to burn my finger. And all of a sudden you burn your finger. You don't have no reason why you didn't listen to your inner self say that. It's like, how did that happen? Who told me? Well, who knows who told you, man? Maybe one of your spirit ancestors told your spirit, and your spirit told you. And it becomes what we call deja vu. I have
deja vu, but when my deja vu comes from whenever I will have a dream and I will see a situation, but then when it starts to transpire in life, I make a different decision. And when I make a different decision, I'll suffer deja vu big time, and then I'll have to like recalibrate myself. It's a trip.
Yeah, yeah.
It's because I made a different decision than what I saw, how things were playing out, and I didn't like the way that the direction it was going to go, so I made a different choice when that situation came about. So yeah, it's interesting when that happens.
Yeah.
It's an odd feeling, deja vu. I mean, it's like, you know, whoa, wait, you got to regain the balance, and it's weird.
Well, I'll tell you when I had deja vu, when I came to your channel the other day and I was watching you saying and talking exactly the same things, and I'm going, this is live? You're repeating everything I heard yesterday, I'm sure of it. And then I realized, you're replaying.
That's
not a premiere. I remember that moment because I actually remember that moment. I reacted in the same manner. I said, "This is called a premiere."
Well, as soon as I say I'm not going to run ads, what they do, they slapped a copyright and they were going to run ads on it. And so I'm like, wait, no, you're not. For 30 seconds, for real, you're going to run ads on it? I don't think so. So I edited that out. And then what I decided to do is I was like, well, if I'm going to go to this trouble, I'll just cut it in half. And so I'm just going to release half and I'll release the other half. You guys are hilarious.
You gave me deja vu.
I gave you deja vu. No, say it isn't true. Well, you're going to have it again sometime this weekend when I premiere the other half, when everybody's playing the music and stuff, because, you know, it's like, I can't believe they hit me over. It was not even 30 seconds of when Wobbly was singing. It was like one line in the song. One line in one of the songs that they decided, no, not going to fly. We're going to copyright that. We're going to put, I was like, oh, no, you're not. I said, we're not putting ads on here anymore. No. So, yeah, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to deja vu you.
It's okay.
Probably not as bad as when it really happens. I mean, when you really have deja vu, it's like, whoa. Yeah. I mean, I feel off balance and just kind of like, it's almost like, you know, your head goes, and then things have to balance back out again.
It feels like a parallel universe. It feels like the you that is almost exactly synchronized, yet slightly different, yet in a different version of the earth. That's
stepping into another line. It's what it feels like, stepping into another piece of that's like, laying right on top of each other. Yeah.
Right. It's like another version of you that's almost exactly the same. And a split second before it happens, you're aware of what you're about to see or what is happening. And I haven't had it since the Mandela started, like 2016. I've had no deja vus, and I used to have it about.
I've had no deja vus whatsoever since like 35 years.
Wow.
Or more.
Wow.
Yeah, you only had it as a child.
The older we get, the more we think, we become wiser in our decisions. So deja vu doesn't happen as much because you're not making the mistakes you make when you're younger. And the decision.
Or we could be so rigid in our thinking that we're right that we don't move. We become immovable. Could be either way.
Or the place where deja vu was coming from is where we are now.
Yeah. Or you end up getting
very creative. Very
you know what? I will travel to where you're at just to come and give you a nice warm smack on across your little cheek. I just love his ornery attitude. Okay.
Well, just don't astro travel when I'm having a shower, all right? You can come visit any other time.
And slap you in astral, you'll never feel it. You won't feel it. No. I want a physical. I'm not you anyway, Spirit. You're fine. It's Voynich that he loves to razz me. He just loves it. It's just like, I'll go to his stream and say something completely benign. He'd be like, "You're triggering me." What? Oh my God. What did I say? Oh no, I don't want to trigger you. And
No, it's not me. It's you. I think it's you.
Okay, maybe it's me, but I'm like, oh my gosh, he picks on me. Maybe it's me. Maybe I'm too sensitive. But actually, I laugh my ass off. So I don't know if that's sensitive or humor. So
right.
whatever.
So no, it's just you. I just try to humor people, and I might be a bit offensive, but
You
and
are?
I might be a bit too rude. Yeah. But
Right.
you know, some people can take it, and other people don't. But most people just get it. Most people just
But
get it.
if
Yeah.
people
I mean,
take the time to get to know you, then they know that it's actually not rudeness. It's not
it
any
isn't.
of those things. It's
I can
actually
get
terms of endearment. You don't razz people you don't know. If somebody strange comes in there that you
right.
don't quite know
Yeah.
yet, you don't razz them. And when you get to know people, you razz them.
And
So
beyond that, you know, it's just in my culture just to be sarcastic and to be ironic
hey, I
and
razz you right
Yeah.
now.
and to
That
bust
was
people's balls just like all the time. You just like all the time. Just and people's reactions would never be like, "Oh, I'm offended." It will always be like, "Yeah, right."
But
Of
see,
course,
that's
it's the other
why
way
many,
around. You know,
many
it's
people did
always a
not.
joke. It's always a joke.
Right. And in
And
the early 80s, many people didn't understand the psychology of punk and Devo and the
yeah,
underground movement because it was exactly what you just described. It was
also,
a
it-
psychology, and you either got it or you didn't get it. A lot of people
yeah,
didn't get it because it wasn't. Yeah,
and
they didn't understand the entire concept.
right, it's yeah, and it's the way my dad also used to be. Like he always used to joke around and like quite sharp, right? Just on the person, on the character. Like, can you stand it? Right? Can you stand some how do you say some attack? Just a personal. I mean, it's good. I mean, it builds character. It builds character.
I don't think necessarily it's not always like attack. Sometimes it's understanding and respecting cultural differences, accents, attitudes, personalities, diversity, and
Yeah,
knowing and having respect to allow someone to be and express themselves freely and not get offended by it. Because if you get offended, you're giving up your power. So you've got to control one person, that's self. So are you going to react or and become ugly
right.
as a green monster, or are you going to have fun with it and make the best of every
Exactly.
situation?
Exactly. I mean, that's yeah, exactly. I mean, because you get quite if the other one's not offended. I mean, I'm not doing this as a tactic. It's just way of my nature, way of my culture. But if the
It's your
other one,
personality. Why would I want to change your personality? It's you.
right? But if it doesn't offend you, I mean, you can get into great situations, right?
If it doesn't offend me, then Voynich gets mad. No, I'm just
No,
kidding.
but it's not. No, it's not only about you, but I
That's
just
a
don't get
joke.
about people in general. But yeah, I mean, I got Brian Stavely. I mean, he's pretty rude and he burps, you know. But I got him right from the bat. Once I saw him, I get that mentality, right? It's just like it's a different mentality than mine, but it's also like just out there, you know. Just be who you are, and you might offend people. That's okay, you know.
Are we meant to be cookie cutouts of each other? Are we? Are we all supposed to be exactly alike, wearing the same clothes, same haircut, look alike? You know how boring it would be.
I mean, I wouldn't like to be talking to four Voynix at the moment. I mean, that would be pretty boring.
Okay, the room's getting really crowded with all the ego. So let's shrink him down. No, I'm just kidding. I'm going to say it. You know, Brian, I like Brian too. I like that he's direct and he's a friend, and he's also funny as all get out. If people would really listen to his words and not put words into what they think he's saying and actually listen to what he's saying, they would get his personality and understand where everything he says is from a good place. It's not from a place of wherever. I don't know where else somebody else would find that he's sharing what he shares and does what he does, because I've only seen heart. That's all I've ever seen from
right?
anything that he puts
But
out
he's
there.
also
So,
very eloquent. I mean, he knows what to say. He knows what he means. He comes up with new things, right? With new.
oh my God, the bullhorn. Oh, that was
Well,
hilarious.
not that, but like
No, that was funny. I loved it. Stephanie gave
yeah,
him.
but the bullhorn was
Sorry,
funny too. Yeah.
Steffi gave him a bullhorn, and I don't know what that woman was thinking, but my goodness, I was about falling out of my chair. Oh my God. It was great. Take the mask off. It's all a lie. I mean, he's yelling the stuff out the window, and I'm like, oh my gosh. Oh, I was rolling. Those two, yeah. Anyways, but the stuff, like I said, from the beginning,
Yeah, we
it's
found ourselves.
hard.
We found ourselves some. I mean, it's not only Brian. It's also like the rest of the people that
Tommy,
we get to meet, right?
Karen.
I mean, yeah, but also you and Spirit and Patrick. I mean, we all. We all stick together, right? We find each other's channels, and some people are just on panels, and some people are just in chat, and
And some people are on both. Sometimes you feel like a nut, sometimes you don't. Sometimes you feel like chatting, sometimes you don't. And no pressure.
Yeah.
Never any pressure. I mean, I think it's great. I think, and I, like I said, we're not meant to be the same. We're unique for a reason. There's a reason why we're sovereign, we're unique. We have our own consciousness, we have our own evolution, we have freedom of choice. But on the same token, we are to respect each other, not oppress. We're to be there, walking side by side, not one saying you do it my way or it's the highway. I mean, it's just we need to learn to live together in a way that is freeing, liberating, full of respect for each other without oppressing. That's my thought. I would just love to live in a world where people treated each other as equals, didn't look down on others, didn't care, stopped looking at the class system, just got rid of all that because that's crap anyways.
Yeah.
All that's
Yeah, but it's unescapable. That's what the world is. That's what the world is.
It's escapable astral travel because it's all equal out there. I have not yet met one being that tried to overlord, make me worship, or look down on me ever in that realm of existence.
No, of course not. But we all have a different story to tell when we go there. That's why we are individuals here.
But can you guys with this astral traveling thing change anything in the physical world that we are experiencing?
Yes,
now?
apparently so, because I'll have deja vu when I make a different choice. When I realized that when these things would come about in my natural life, I could make a different choice, and then I would suffer the deja vu. I began taking some control here over myself, but they were always my own choices.
Yeah, I think what he meant there is, can you physically like go to someone's place and hide something so they can't find it?
No. Well, more or less, but not in that manner. But I actually meant to say, like, can you go to Trump? Can you go to Biden? Can you go to Soros?
Yes, we can remote view anybody that we want to, but you get to a point when you go through the empathy that you
but not
shut
remote
yourself
view,
off.
but remote visit. Like
That's the same thing. That's the same thing.
You can remote visit, but you can't remote visit in their personal life.
Be careful. Be careful, Spirit. Don't limit yourself, because I went into Bill Maher's house on it, and I saw too much. I'll just put it that way. I don't know if you know who that is, but I just was testing something, thinking about something, and next thing I know, there I was, and oh my gosh.
Yeah,
no.
But the only way to prove whether he was actually doing that is for him to tell you he was doing it.
I mean, he wasn't doing anything except for it was me that felt like I invaded his privacy.
No,
I felt like I was in. He wasn't doing anything wrong. He was sitting in a black leather recliner thing. He wasn't doing anything wrong.
Yeah,
so.
what I mean is, if I tried to come and remote view you while you were personally with your partner in your room, in your bed, there's like you can't remote view someone's personal life in that aspect, their sexual life.
Well, you can protect
There's
yourself.
limitations. There's limitations to what you'd be privileged to see in that aspect of someone's, because that is your personal spirit life as
Well,
well.
have you not noticed that when we're in that realm of existence, that there's no interest in that? I mean, I've had no interest
No,
in anything like that.
I understand that, and that's why I
That's
believe
that's why I'm
that's
mentioning. I'm not mentioning these
Yeah.
scenes. I'm mentioning like political scenes. I'm mentioning like worldly themes. Like
what
well, bigger than moving something in their house or seeing what they do in the
Okay,
bed with their
okay,
partner or without their partner. I'm not talking about those things.
okay.
I'm talking about like
You're talking
can
along the
you
lines of
actually change anything like the Maharishi effect,
you,
Maharisha
Well,
effect?
look at the
yeah,
Mandela effect, and you tell me, Voynich, can we change things that are going on around in this world in a
No.
permanent fashion where other people remember it completely different than how it is today?
Well,
I couldn't go.
I know that. Yeah.
Yeah,
Oh, sorry.
I don't think I could go to Biden if he wanted to raise the taxes of the country. I couldn't go remote view him and tell him not to do that, and then all of a sudden he doesn't do it.
No, because that would be oppressing
Yeah.
his sovereignty.
So that's like a definitive answer. I like that. Thank you.
Yeah,
Okay.
well, because now you're talking about encroaching on somebody's free will.
Yeah, that's the same sort of thing when I say remote viewing of someone's personal life. It's the same thing. You're encroaching on their personal will type of thing.
Well, the last two presidential elections, I knew who the president was going to be without even, I don't even follow politics. And I
Yeah.
was able to call both of the presidents. And, and I'm not even interested. I don't even give a rat's patootie
No,
on
that
what
you
each
can do.
of them do, because it doesn't affect me. It's not
Yeah,
a part of my.
that you can definitely do. That you can do. That I would say yes, absolutely positive.
Even when you don't want to. Even if you don't
if
care.
didn't want to. Even if you didn't want to, if you accidentally drifted into those things and you saw it, that's quite acceptable. To actually physically get someone to do something they don't want to do is, I don't think that's possible to do. As you said, in 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 the astral travel world, you can't. There's no actual sexual form between male and female. They seem to be the same.
The interests are completely different.
Yeah, yeah. It's more like, it's like you said, it's more of being like a light, a ball of light, or you can form it into the shape of maybe a person, because that's what we're used to seeing. So that makes more sense to you. So you can shape that ball of light into a person. Actual, it's hard to identify someone's face if you don't know that person, if you've never met them. It's hard to put a face to it. So it comes up as a blank canvas.
But yeah, if you know them intimately, you know their energy, you know it's them. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you've got more chance of being able to put the face then to the entity. Yes. Yes. But if it's someone you don't know, it's a blank canvas.
It's a big ball of light. I mean, it's like people see lights bolting across or a shooting star, and I often now wonder, is that somebody's shooting through on their Merkaba, slowing down enough for a landing? Or because I know that we move at such a speed, but maybe it's a way of giving people affirmations that yes, you have that, you are this electrical ball of light, and you can travel. Like as the star is moving across the sky at this accelerated speed, you travel even faster than that. But let me give you this affirmation of you. You know, look, this is you. You know, it's kind of
in the book. He explains, like, how your spirit can travel through a solid wall, or travel through a planet, or travel through anything as in solid. If you look at, if you take things down to the size of an atom, where something as small as a neutrino. Now we know of neutrino particles, and they travel through us and solid objects all the time without affecting them.
Think about Wi-Fi. Think about all of the stuff that's traveling right through the walls right now, because it's actually mostly empty space. Yep.
Yeah. That's what he says. In between each of the atoms, you have vast empty spaces. If you are small enough.
Yeah, just like in space, right?
Yeah.
Vast empty spaces.
Yeah. Traveling between galaxies, you've got massive areas of nothingness.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah. Nothingness.
Where if you were small enough,
nothingness is a thing, though. I mean, but it's acquired. I mean, it's a thing to acquire in the mind. It's not something to seek out there.
Yeah, that's why they say, it's hard for the human mind to have a concept of what
it is. It is not. It is not. It is.
Where do you think you bring things into being? You bring it into being out of the void. The void comes in, it manifests out, we experience it, and we move on.
No, I mean, the void is where it all derives from. It is from the void that.
The void is anything that's not actual. It's every space in between everything.
The void is anything that you cannot conceive of beyond the void, and we are beyond the void. Sometimes we get a glance of the void, or we experience to be in the void for a while, or in a state between the void and unvoid. But it's useless to think about the void or to talk about it when we are here in this realm, right? Actually, I think in my opinion,
sometimes we're here, sometimes we're not. Even people that don't remember, just that's all it is their consciousness just can't fathom it yet, so they don't quite get the concept that sometimes you're here, sometimes you're not.
Some people can't remember their dreams, which is the same sort of thing. If you're not,
I haven't had much dream activity like the last 20-30 years, just like I haven't had much any deja vus. Per definition, no deja vus and little dreams, in the last 30 years. I've had some dreams that were more like vision-like, right? One in particular, I mean, I can still, I think I even wrote it down once, but I can still just tell you exactly what happened there, but.
Do you smoke or drink alcohol?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, that's why you don't dream as much.
Yeah, I know that. Yeah.
If you were
you don't remember them.
Yeah, if you were to cleanse your body, and this is what they mean by cleansing your body, to purify your body, to purify your soul, or to purify your spirit, so that you are able to dream, to astral travel, to take something that alters the mind in some way, reduces the effect of being able to dream and to remember it.
Oh, I get that, and because I also know like the benefits of fasting, right? So I know that, and I've also done meditation, like with how do you say, with no use of any, and not even coffee or cigarettes or meat, right? So I know that, and as I also do this naturally, right? In a way, like if I don't feel right, or if I or whatever, I tend to fast without knowing it. I just don't want to eat. I just want to drink, and just want to drink tea. I just don't want to eat. And after a while, you start to feel good. Like you start to feel your body like it's like almost like you're being massaged, right? That's what I tend to feel when I fast. Like that's nice.
Yeah. It's cleansing of the body, mind, and
Yeah.
soul.
Yeah,
Body,
so I
mind.
know that. Yeah.
No, that's good. If you understand it, then you understand why the dreams aren't. If I have just one alcoholic drink, not just one bottle, one can,
Yeah.
I probably won't dream that night.
No.
Right?
Oh, and the same goes for smoking weed. I mean, smoking weed kills your
Yeah.
dreams.
Yeah. Anything that alters your mind.
But then there's people that use ayahuasca and DMT and they go on journeys. So with shamans, shamanistic journeys and things of that nature. So it depends, I guess, on what the substance is and what it does to your consciousness.
Yeah. But you're talking about somebody who takes, and the Indians used to do that. You're talking about altering your mind to a point where your spirit,
their third eye
doesn't want to be. Yeah, your spirit doesn't want to be in your physical body any longer because of the condition it's in. Right.
Yeah.
So it travels. It's a way of forcing, like in the book. It says some people may have to be uncomfortable when they sleep to astro travel.
Right.
So that the spirit disconnects from the physical body.
Yeah.
In other words, you're forcing it out.
Yeah, I got that part. That was I really must subscribe to that. Yeah.
And some people think that when you get the paralysis, that feeling, which is really from, you feel it from your solar plexus, is that Merkaba begins to oscillate. It's that powerful energy which will make you feel like you can't move, and they'll have that sleep paralysis. But then you have another person that'll say, well, that is just loosening your spirit from your physical body because you're stuck in there. So you'll go through that process to loosen up so you'll go about and move. So, I mean, things can always be looked at, under different allegories or analogies. It just depends on the person. It's so individual and so unique.
Some people might even blast through the Merkaba just straight away, that they will not even experience that, right?
Yeah, and see, I don't experience it anymore, but I think when I was trying to, like I said, I have not read any books or anything. I stumbled around in the dark for a long time. And I think that's how I was taught. They were trying to teach me about it. Here, this is your Merkaba. Look, this is what it looks like. Ooh, this is what it looks like when it spins. And this is how you go through a wall. This is how you go through a door. This is how you go through a window. And remember, I said something about the ceilings. When my mental mind got in the way of the ceiling, thinking, oh, those layers, I can't get through that, it's just, it depends on the person. It really does. But I don't drink and I don't smoke.
You smoke.
I smoke cigarettes, but not marijuana. I don't smoke marijuana or anything.
Oh, I do. I smoke marijuana.
But those but cigarettes have never hampered my travel. If tobacco is, if anything, has just kept my area, my vortex, my space pure, cleansed it.
Yeah. See, in that book, he also says to you when towards the end of what I read to you, he also says that you will meet people who will help you and tell you and show you the way. So that's what
when the student's ready, the teacher appears.
You don't necessarily need the book to teach you that, right? You are taught what you need to know when you are there by the people who are there.
Yeah, well, yeah.
Or by the spirits who are there. You're not actually taught by the book. The book explains what the process is of what happens when you go there. He doesn't say you have to say a certain thing or to ask these people. No, these people are there already to help you, like the people that you experienced there, Michelle, when you were there. That you even said, I didn't feel they were there to hurt me in any way. They didn't hurt me. They didn't. You know,
Oh no, yeah, that is still something very different. That's
yeah,
something
yeah.
that's technology that's kind of like here.
Well,
But yeah, and on the other realm, yeah, the
yeah,
one that I met after I got hit by the car,
yeah,
completely benevolent, very
yeah.
helpful, very full of love.
But
And
but
the
yeah,
people I meet on the other
yeah,
side, they're like I met these beings, and they seem they're very, very, very white ish looking. Okay.
yeah.
I don't know anything about extraterrestrial, or I don't look at anything as alien. I still
No,
think of everything as still in the wind. So, and in my mind, this is, I'm thinking, and this is that day I traveled with my husband on the 31st of December. I said, oh, to make our way here, still thinking 3D, because I'm still living here. I'm still tethered. And I'm thinking maybe I should open a tanning place, because they look a little vitamin D deficient. And then I was set straight by the lady that she said she was from here, because she wasn't really
yeah,
fair skinned like they were. I mean, they were beautiful beings, and they were beautiful hearted and
yeah,
everything. But she said, no, we don't do that here. We have no exchange of that manner here. And then she showed us over to this place, and it was like we were eating all this food, and oh my God, it was wonderful there. But
yeah.
that was my thought was, oh, we should open up a tanning
And
place.
yeah, and
They're
re-
like, no, no, no,
and
no.
remember when you asked them, like, how fast does this go? And they
That's that,
laughed
that other, yeah,
because
that blow my
because
hair back.
because yeah, because you're traveling at the speed of thought. So that why if you have that concept now, if you know that that's how they
That's in the
travel,
astral realm,
it,
though. I wasn't in the astral realm on that
you
other one.
yeah,
I was
but
something
how do you know that it wasn't in the
because
same aspect of
I don't
travel?
because I was physically talking to my husband in the kitchen while they still had a hold of me.
Yeah, it doesn't mean to say that you're not in that they don't travel the same way.
Well, that's very well possible, but I've never been in
Yeah,
a vessel before. Normally, I just go.
yeah,
I've never been
well,
in a vehicle like that where I
yeah.
could see the details and stuff.
Well,
It
you
was
know
just
what?
odd.
You know what? Sometimes when you astro travel, you can manifestate a vehicle to travel in. There's nothing to stop you from doing that. It's all within the possibility of whatever you want to do. If you want to travel in a spaceship across the universe when you're astro traveling, you can manifest.
And I never even gave any thought to any kind of a ship, or that wasn't even in my in my consciousness. It wasn't even
No,
something I was thinking about. It just
no,
kind of happened.
you were just in something, but that's that's the sort of things that you can do in astro traveling as well. Same. It
Yeah.
may seem like you're on a different and you possibly were, right? But it doesn't mean to say that whoever that was or whatever that was doesn't use the same means as astro traveling. It's definitely the way to cross the universe. It's definitely a way to get from one place to another, no matter in what aspect you want to see it in, as in astro traveling or as in a experience of somebody else taking you somewhere. It's like my ancestors may want to take me somewhere and show me something. They might want to take me in an aeroplane, a car, a motorbike, a boat, a bird on the wing, in any way they choose. They can take me, show me what they want to show me, and then let me go. if I'm willing to go with them. I mean, they don't, like you said, they
I'm
don't
still
force you.
digesting that, and I told Richie that I was not ready to come out because sometimes it takes me a little while to unpack what
Yeah.
happened, what was going on there, and why. What is this about bringing this out, and that they're helping humanity as a whole? What is this? I've got some unraveling and unpacking to do because a lot happened in a very short amount of time, and in the meantime, like I said, as soon as the door shut, I was up. They still had a hold of me, but then I was out talking to my husband, telling him what the heck was going on, and he told me, just go back to bed. I won't worry about it. I know already enough to know that you know whether they're benevolent or malevolent. So, and they were very benevolent, but they were in uniform. I've never had that experience either. In Astral, I've never seen people all in uniforms, or it was just different. It was just very different. It's going to take me a little while to unravel everything that happened in that one. It was just, yeah.
You work it out in the way that you understand it. Like, I'm only going off what you have said,
Right.
and I'm seeing it along the same lines, right? I'm seeing a lot of similarities, and I don't know whether it helps you or not, but I'm just letting you know that what I see
It's making me think.
Yeah, is similarities. There are a lot of similarities in both the
I can see if somebody's afraid of their Merkaba that they could manifest a ship and say, okay, I can get from point A to point B, but I've never had to do that before, and then to
No.
have to, it would be like backstepping. But I'm willing to think about it, and I am willing to put that on the table, and as it's being unpacked. I can say that since then, the healing process is accelerating. That's how the whole show is called. How do you know if it's authentic or imagination? Well, there's usually something that becomes of it after the fact, and after the fact of that, having that experience, there's been something that has transpired that's been beneficial. And there's been gain, even if it is a travel where we go and learn something about ourselves that maybe we need to introspect and make some adjustments. There's still gain from that because we're growing inside and learning how to treat our brothers and sisters more equally and fairly and balanced. So that's how I look. Is it authentic, or did I imagine this? Did I grow from it? Did I gain something from it? Am I healing? Am I treating people better? Did my heart expand? Usually there's some kind of a resolve or something that becomes of what happened in that, realm of I just say call it like this: unlimited possibilities and probabilities. I wouldn't even try to put a limit on that place because you're right. You do move at the speed of thought. And that's why I kept meeting my husband at that gateway, because there was no telling where I would be when he would come back, when I got permission to first. I always have to ask permission. I ask permission of spirit if I can take somebody on a journey. If I get the permission granted, then of course, then you ask the person. You can ask in spirit. And if they're willing to come, they'll come. If they're not, they have their sovereignty. They have the right to say no. They don't have to come. So, and he was willing. And we went all over the place, but he got nervous a couple times and popped back to his physical. And then we would just meet each other there again and go right back through it, and then off we would go. And that was the reason we met there, is because you're right. There's so much, and there's no telling where I would have been, or if he would have been able to hone in on my energy and find where I was located at in an infinite plane of existence.
Yeah. Well, that's right. I mean, it's along the same lines as what I was saying. Like, if one of my ancestors come and they want to show me something, and I accept the journey, right? It's up to them how they want to take me, or I can manifest it myself and say, right, well, I want to be in a fucking boat or bike or something, right? But what gets me is if I think about it, and to overthink it is terrible, man, because it's quite easily to understand because they can see what today is, right? I look at it and say, well, but you lived 1,000 years ago, right? How do you know what's going on today? If well, of course they know what's going on today because they can see today, But at first I used to think, well, what do you got to show me that I don't already know, But they might be showing me something that's going to be benefit, like you said, that will be a benefit in my physical world.
Benefit in your physical world, benefit or growth in your spiritual, in your
Yes.
consciousness, or
Yes.
or how it is that we look upon each other, or
Yes.
there's just so many different growth ways to go and even that's unlimited.
Yes.
So yeah, it's amazing. I am really glad that you came on. I am completely enjoying our conversation, and I want you to contact me via email so we can maybe set something up in the near future to do something again, if you wouldn't mind.
Well,
I know you're in Australia, and and I'm a fly by the seat of my pants type of gal, so I'd have to shoot you an email, see if you're available, and then if you're available, then say okay, and then set it up.
I'll tell you, I can tell you a much better way to communicate because me and a lot of other people like Poor Dirt Farmer, America's Auditor, Jen Wow, Nadina, all the regulars that you see in chats and that, we have an app and it's called WhatsApp.
You have got that.
Okay, if you've got WhatsApp, I'll give you my phone number. You give me your phone number and we'll automatically be connected on WhatsApp. And you can just message me, call me, video call, whatever you want to do there.
Okay.
Much easier than Gmail. So
you don't much use Gmail. You want to Gmail me your phone number though?
I'll just put it in private chat for you.
Okay, do that. Yeah, because I'm about to zip it up. You guys, again, let's see. What time did we come on? I didn't come on till 3, so but still, it's a long one.
Okay. And what I'll give you, like in front of my phone number, there will be a number, and I'll have a +61 in front of my number. Mm-hmm. That's my country code, so you can.
Okay. Thank you.
So you can call to me. So I'll just put it in private chat. Here we go. In there. And okay, number.
Patrick, you got any final words you want to say before we zip this up? Did you fall asleep on us?
He might have gone for a cup of tea.
He might have fallen asleep. Sometimes he falls asleep to the sound of people's voices. It brings him peace.
Okay, my phone number's in. Just type it in exactly like it is there. Put the plus symbol in and all.
Okay. Let me grab it. Yeah. Do you have any final words that you wanted to add?
No. If you're happy with where we're at the moment, or if you don't have any more questions or anything like that, then I'm good.
I'm a open format. I do share shows, and I share what I know, and I also do share shows for people to share what they know, and it's all about community, being there for each other, respecting each other, and learning to get along and respecting our differences and appreciating them. And
I very rarely talk to other people about the subject we've been talking about, because a lot of people just brush it off as nonsense. So
Oh, not here.
I know
Nope.
that.
Nope.
I know
Nope.
that. Otherwise, I wouldn't be on here.
I'm the crazy one that's willing to stick my neck out and let people say she's just nuts. But at least it's out there, so that way people won't. My objective is to lose the fear, find out your own power, your sovereignty, and go with it, move with it, use every tool, because that's what they're there for.
Yeah. Well, I've been around for a long time, so I'm much older than all of you.
Mm-hmm. You think you are?
Do you know how old I am?
Didn't you say you were, what, 56?
Mm-hmm.
No, you're 7 years older. So you would be 59, almost 60?
60.
Mm-hmm. So
61 September coming.
not that old, sir. Not that old.
So I was born
How
in
old do you think I am?
You?
Take a
28.
guess. Oh, crap. Be honest now. Come on. Can't bullshit a bullshitter.
Girls aren't supposed to tell us their age. And we're not supposed to tell you how old you look either. So I'll stick with 28.
Okay, good luck with that. I'm not even buying that, not even for $1. It's not happening. Okay. I bet I'm right behind you.
Okay, so you're 56.
No, not that close. Thanks. Now you aged me. Now you just took away every compliment from the 28. That would have even bought you for a week. It's gone.
Now you see, there's the mistake. See, you see.
I have these are all my chompers. They're white. They're whole. Actually, you notice and weight loss and I mean all of the health improvements and stuff. People do seem that as they're moving along, they seem to regress in their age. They seem to look younger than what they actually are. It's interesting because I'm a people watcher. I observe that kind of stuff, and people that I see doing the inner work, it does start to reflect on their outer avatar. It's strange. It's not that I want to stay here any longer than I have to. It's just how it goes. I don't know.
You see, when you said to me, you're just behind me, to me, just means like, 4 or 5 years.
I know. I led you. I led you to bite your own tiger tail.
Lucky it's colorful.
Yeah, I love your avatar. Absolutely love it. Okay, got that number. All right, we're going to zip this one up, you guys. I hope that you enjoyed Spirit. Make sure you put your channel inside the chat, just in case somebody comes and watches this one later. We got into a lot of deep diving. Make sure you subscribe to Voynich, 007, Preliminal, and of course, Spirit. And we'll have Spirit come back. Don't forget that John Binney will be on next week. And more to come, and any support is greatly appreciated. And I do list your names at the end of any videos, which you saw on that one. And I do make the changes on those as they come in. So, I appreciate everybody.
007 was the only one who put his link in there.
Yeah, I think he did. Make sure you did. And Preliminal. Preliminal should be able to, if he didn't put his link in, you should be able to find him on my homepage. So once I get to know people like pretty well, they sorry buddies, you end up on my homepage. So that's where you'll end up. Makes it a lot easier for people to find you.
All you need to do is send me a message on that phone number by normal text.
Okay.
So I've got your phone number, and once I put your phone number in my contacts, and my phone number's in your contacts, will automatically be connected to WhatsApp. So,
yep, and it's actually 00 that showed me how to use that. So I'm gonna, as soon as we get off here, I'm gonna do that before I forget.
All right, no worries.
Okay, let me get Patrick out, and let me see. Sorry, Patrick, because you fell asleep. I don't want Yeah, he'll wake up in here all by himself later. Thank you all for joining us. We love you. And let me take that banner down. And peace.
No worries.